There we go. Hi. I have my allergies are acting up, so I might sound funny. And you might hear me sniffle. Hello, Reeflings. Hello, Bleeding Hearts. And hello, my wonderful harlots. I have you with me in bed right now. Let me get cozy. Thank you guys for waiting. So what I wanted to do, I thought it'd be cool if I took the 3DO and we kind of just hung out and pretended we were nice and cozy in bed together, yapping about our favorite things. And I asked the harlots what they would like this to be called, and they said the rabbit hole was a good idea because we can just sit and talk about things we like Dragon Ball Z or Elden Ring or Warhammer or conspiracy theories or else cryptids, ARGs, just cool neat stuff. And you guys, maybe for like specifically for members, you can make suggestions about things, special interests that you'd like me to react to, and we can just kind of snuggle together and pretend that we're just snuggling in bed and we're just yapping and giggling like a couple of schoolgirls about some funny stuff. Again, I apologize in advance as I allergies. But so I really am sorry if I sniffle in your ear. But do you like it? I also can't watch a video and monitor the 3DO at the same time, so I apologize if I accidentally peeked the mic. I don't think I got sick from the airport. I think it's literally just like I haven't been in my house and it's dusty, and I have 2 cats, so I need to clean. I have tissues, so you might hear me blow my nose or shove something up my nose. But yeah, so today we're gonna watch stuff about Godwyn the Golden from Elden Ring, and I have like a smoughtown video queued up. So yes, you're gonna hear a male voice. I'm sorry. If that bothers you, you can skip this. We'll just be consuming content. Because there are very few. I don't think. I just like these videos, okay? Everybody get your mail-in streams out right now. Just get it out of your system. Let me make sure I remember to turn live chat on. Unintelligible mail-in stream. This video isn't monetized because I'm not gonna monetize a video that I'm really just reacting to somebody else's hard work and research. I'm not gonna monetize that. And we're just hanging out. I just thought it'd be fun. Just kind of like maybe you kind of bored and lonely one night, so you're like, maybe I want to learn about this, and then you can learn about it with me. So some of you guys know that I really love Elden Ring for its lore and its world building, and a lot of stuff is open-ended, and I like to see how people interpret certain things. Yeah, we're gonna watch smoughtown. In fact, let me type up. And I thought this would be fun if we just like discuss what's going on in the video and like kind of like not debate, but just have a discussion, have a dialogue. I'm gonna sneeze. I'm sorry. And But yeah, just hanging out. Thank you for the blessings. But if you like Elden Ring, and like I'm gonna pause the video from time to time, and we can chat about stuff and like different revelations. I've already seen some of these. I've watched a lot of lore videos, but I can't remember them. So I'm like, let's just refresh. Why not? And maybe we'll watch some stuff about Night Rain. I think that would be cool. I was gonna make this whole thing on Night Rain, but there's not a lot of information about Night Rain yet, so yeah. But if you guys, after we finish the video, if I run out of videos, if you have any suggestions, or like if you have people that you think I would like enjoy watching who make video essays, please recommend them, because I literally can't get anything done unless I have a video essay in the background. It was a miracle that I could take a shower today because I didn't play anything. And so I literally stood there for an extra 20 minutes because I didn't know what to do with myself. Miss Chalice. Okay, I'll look them up. Joseph Anderson is Witcher videos. Ooh, sounds good. So, grab a drink, grab a snack, get cozy in bed, or get cozy at your work desk if you want something just to, have in the background. I haven't heard of that person. I'll definitely have to look them up. And color theory video. Oh, that sounds amazing. I like that stuff. Like, if you guys have like weird videos, because like I want to do like conspiracy theories and stuff too at some point. Watch a little bit of Wendigoon. I probably will do that at some point. But if you guys have suggestions for like subjects, like specific ones you really want me to cover, I might make that like a special thing that I do with members. Is you guys like kind of give me a video and we're like, let's watch it again. You guys get to vote or whatever. But yeah, I need to make sure that this isn't turned up all the way or it'll blow your eardrums off. Maybe. And also not blow my eardrums off as well.
The misshapen corpse on the storm veil.
Oh, I can't hear anything.
Of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known.
Hold on. I haven't watched the Buy for Dolphin experiment video yet by Wendigoon. I'm also not gonna have the chat up, so you guys have to look at the live chat. Okay, I'm not gonna have it on my screen.
The misshapen corpse on the storm veil. That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened in the golden age of the Erdtree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring.
I don't want it to be too loud.
Fragment of the rune
is that okay?
From Malekith, the Black Blade.
Or is it too quiet?
Night, murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst.
Okay, we'll keep it like that.
Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. The world has grown crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way.
The lands between have suffered in many ways. Most recently,
then you can hear this dude.
has upended the order of the world, plunging the world into utter chaos. Yet before that, a slower corruption was unleashed upon the world. On a dark night of treason, the demigod Godwyn the Golden was struck down in an event that would shake the foundations
That's not the
of the world.
I expected. I
Not
don't
only
mind
was
it.
Godwyn the first of the demigods to
He's
die,
succinct.
but it also set into motion a series of events that would erode the very foundations of the Golden Order. For Godwyn did not die in the normative sense. Instead, it was his soul that was slain, and his body left to rot without it, and Godwyn's body would live on as the Prince of Death. From Godwyn's living corpse would spread the death root, and from its loins a whole host of life within death would spring.
I'm gonna pause it there. And again, I'm gonna pause stuff periodically so I can chat and talk about it. So I'm gonna go into this assuming that you may already know about Elden Ring and how it functions, and some of the background, but if not, that's okay. But I am probably gonna speak normally. So I recently figured out, or came to understanding that, because they cite that, you know, Godwyn was the first god to die. Yeah, he didn't. Everybody thought he was gonna show up on the DLC. He didn't. I knew Miquella was probably gonna be the focus, but I thought that Godwyn would be more prevalent, and I was also kind of bummed out because he literally starts it all, and I think it's really interesting and fascinating that despite being the catalyst of everything in Elden Ring and why we're there and why we're doing what we're doing, he has so much influence, but he has no dialogue. You never interact with him, and it's so fascinating to me that this character is so prevalent but is not at the same time. It's really an interesting use of a character. It's like the elephant in the room, but nobody technically addresses it. But I recently came to my attention that there are more demigods. Like when they said the demigods were the first to die, he was the first demigod to die, I thought it was literally only like the demigods that you know of and that you'll fight in Elden Ring. So like, Ranni and like Radon, Munya, all that stuff. I thought it was just that sort of thing. But it came to my attention that they were just children that America just didn't care about. And those are supposedly the demigods in the walking mausoleums. And I thought that was so fascinating. Yeah, and it just kind of shows how like terrible America is and how terrible everyone is. Like everybody, there is no character that has like an ounce of goodness in them. Everybody is guilty of something. America is not a great mom. I think Godwyn was her favorite child, but I also think that she almost used him as an excuse. Like I know that there's some whispers that like she may have known about the Night of the Black Knives but didn't really do anything about it or whatever the thing. Okay, you're right. Blythe is a sweetie, but Blythe isn't a god. He's just there being a good boy, okay? Morgott, oh, yeah, yes. But yeah, I just wanted to, I think, Radon was a good dude. He kind of got corrupted, but I meant, like, currently, everybody is like, you don't meet, like, a god that, like, helps you, or, like, doesn't attack you or anything. You only meet people that literally want you dead. Like, and you might say like, oh well, you don't fight Ranni. Like technically you do, because you fight the idea of Rennala that Ranni had, of her mother, and like you fight her. So technically you still fight Ranni. Like everybody is trying to kill you. You are not safe. There's no god that's like, let me help this tarnished out. No, this is not going to be a thing. You're on your own. And I thought, like, Miquella was going to be that sort of character. Maybe you could argue Saint Trina, but I don't know, the putrescence, but that wasn't really, like, her intention. And then she still kills you, because in order to talk to her, you have to die a bunch of times. But yeah. Alexander, the god fist, is always there for me. Kind of just killed passes. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Yeah, maybe when I finish Elden Ring, I'll just loop back around and do the no, I think it's too late for me to do the Frenzy Flame ending. Because I can always do New Game Plus, but whatever. Oh my god, my nose. I'm going to die. But yeah, so, in short, so far, I'm not going to rehash anything. Actually.
These beings exist outside the boundaries of the established Golden Order, the order of the world. They pollute and taint its truth. And the signs of this corruption can be seen everywhere, from Liurnia even to HareM Azula. The result is some of the most tragic stories in Elden Ring of a prince and a people who through no fault of their own have been left to rot outside of the bounds of order. And yet, conversely, we also get some of the greatest heroes arising from this tragedy, individuals ready to sacrifice everything to undo the wrongs that have been done. So join me this week as we assess the history and undeath of Godwyn, the Prince of Death. Remember guys, if you enjoy Elden Ring lore videos, then please consider subscribing to the channel, as I have plenty of lore content for you to unpack. And please like and comment on this video, as it helps the channel out immensely. What we know of Godwyn the Golden before his murder is sparse, but we can build a somewhat semi-coherent impression of a fairly gallant and heroic figure. Of course, Godwyn is one of the most famous early members of the Golden lineage, the offspring of Marika and Godfrey. For example, the finger reader in the Deeproot Depths says the following of Godwyn.
A scion of the Golden Bough, sentenced to live in death.
Your fingers, give me your fingers.
Of course, the term scion of the Golden Bough, meaning that he is a branch or offshoot of the Golden Bough, the Golden lineage. And while it's never directly mentioned that he is the son of Marika and Godfrey and he could just be an offshoot, it is implied that he is through the Golden Epitaph sword, in which we quite often associate the prayer from a young boy being of Miquella, and we will certainly go into that in more detail later in this video. But Miquella refers to Godwyn as a brother,
I always thought
and
that
of
was
course
a girl
being his brother would make
the
sense
game.
if they are both the
I thought that was
children of Marika. And given Godwyn is heavily involved in the early events of the Golden lineage's history, I think it is a fair assumption to make that he is Marika and Godfrey's son, rather than just a relative or offshoot a couple of generations removed from Godfrey
This video is from 2 years ago, by the way.
However, I do just bring this all up because it is worth remembering it isn't directly stated that Godwyn is Marika
another video
and Godfrey's
we'll probably
son.
watch.
However, his clear connection to the early Golden lineage means that he was one of the first demigods. For example, Godric's great rune reads the following. The first demigods were the Elden Lord Godfrey and his offspring, the Golden lineage. And while
that's funny
Godric
to me because it
specifically
insinuates that there's like more kids than besides just Godwyn and Morgoth and Margit. Because I think they're the sons, right? The Omen brothers. I don't know. I'm kind of brain dead right now. But it's like, it's just crazy. I forget that Elden Ring takes place over millennia of like thousands upon thousands of years. Like, because like me, I'm just like, oh, this took place all in like the span of 1,000 years, but that just wouldn't make sense because you have cultures that rise and fall different. You know, the previous god before America is referenced, you know, insinuated that Crucible had more of a hand in things. I want to know who Mesmer's daddy is. That's a, you know, I think Mesmer's dad is probably, it's Radigan, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's probably another Radigan America moment, you know? Yeah, the time span I'm working with isn't really comprehend. Yeah, and that's what I keep forgetting, is just like, it's supposed to be like, over the course of thousands upon thousands of years, not just a couple centuries. Yeah, that's why, yeah, the red hair, that's why I think he's probably, America probably effed herself more than once than we really knew of. But, so it just like, when they say the golden lineage, it just insinuates there's a lot more demigods and they just been lost to time. and nothing was really written about them, or maybe where America wiped them out of existence, which is sad. She's just a terrible, she's like, honestly, America's like worse than Zeus, man. She's not cool. She's just not a nice lady. But she's the perfect
Erdtree,
enemy.
Godwyn in his early years is essentially everything that Godric wishes to be. Powerful, respected, and a member of the Golden lineage
no, that's why I
who
said
wears
nobody's
the title
nice.
Golden with pride. We know that one of the greatest exploits attributed to Godwyn's life is his role.
I could see them making like a prequel game of like the golden era of like, you know, you have the like the Badlands or whatever those dudes were called. Like Horaloo type beat, you know. And I could see a prequel game like that. Cause I feel like in Elden Ring 2, if they made an Elden Ring 2, I don't even really know what they would make it about, to be honest with you. It'd have to take place like a time jump, like Dark Souls.
In defeating the dragons who invaded Leyndell in the war against the dragons. We learn of this war via Gransax's bolt, which reads the following. A great ancient dragon, Gransax, once rained calamity upon the royal capital.
This is like ASMR to me, just listening to someone talk about stuff while fall asleep to Elden Ring lore a lot.
This marked the dawn of the war against the ancient dragons. This mighty dragon, Gransax, is the gigantic corpse that we can still witness in Leyndell today, alongside his mighty bolt spear. This war appears to have been a massive challenge to the Erdtree forces, as it is noted that this was the only time that the Falls of Leyndell would fall. This is significant, for we know that even in the warring tribes of the demigods during the Shattering, that no one could pierce the mighty barriers.
Warring tribes of demigods.
And we know of two instances specifically, where the forces of Leyndell repelled all invading demigods, the first and second defences of Leyndell. This helps emphasise the power and vitality of this assault, for it even eclipses what the demigods would be able to muster. Another dragon that took part in this assault would be Fortisax, a dragon who is one of the mightiest amongst his brethren, and we learn of Fortisax's renown via Fortisax's lightning spear, which reads as follows. During the War of the Ancient Dragons, these twin red lightning stakes were the hallmark of one ancient dragon, who is called the mightiest Boulderstone. Fortisax was one of the most dangerous dragons in this conflict, and yet Godwyn the Golden would step up in this war and earn the respect of this adversary, something we learn via the relevant sword memorial, which reads as follows. The routing of the ancient dragons, Godwyn the Golden fought to the last, earning the friendship of dread Fortisax. So this sword memorial tells us quite a lot about Godwyn as a person and a warrior. He was clearly a great fighter and a courageous one at that. The term fought to the last suggests a real brutal conflict, in which Godwyn was one of the last fighting, one of the last standing. And given Fortisax's reputation, it makes Godwyn's renown as a warrior even more, when we learn that Godwyn was actually able to defeat the mighty Fortisax, and we learn this from the lightning spear incantation, which reads as follows. Long ago, Godwyn the Golden defeated the ancient dragon Fortisax, and befriended his fallen foe, an event that would give rise to the ancient dragon cult in the capital. So Godwyn is evidently a respected and powerful warrior, but is also magnanimous in victory. For not only does he spare the mighty Fortisax, a dangerous foe, but is so honourable that he befriends him, a loyalty that will be repaid in kind tenfold later down the line, as we will see later on in this video. So while we don't get many pieces of information about Godwyn in his early life, what we do learn about him is pretty interesting. He was evidently a powerful warrior, a powerful demigod, powerful enough to contend with the dragons, but he was also a man of mercy and foresight. His friendship with Fortisax inspires both sides of the conflict and turns a devastating war into an alliance between the capital and dragonkind. As the lightning spear states, this friendship would result in the rise of a dragon cult, and even Lansax, Fortisax's sister, would become the priestess to this cult, and we learn of this specifically from Lansax's glaive, which reads as
Wait,
follows.
wait.
Lansax was the sister of Fortisax. It is said she took the form of
Where's
a human
Parthenax?
to commune with the knights as a priestess of the dragon cult.
I
Therefore,
think
the worship
Parthenax
of
should
dragon
make a
and the incorporation of their
cameo.
powers would become highly popular among the Lanedale knights. We can even see them wielding these powers in the game. And, as is said by the Gravelstone Seal, the worship of ancient dragons does not conflict with belief in the Erdtree. After all, this seal and lightning itself are both imbued with gold. One of the most famous of these dragon cultists would be Dragon Knight Kristoff, who would be mighty enough to capture Godfroy, one of the golden lineage. Yet another famous
Too
adherent
bad
of this
all
cult would be none other than Vike
His
himself.
kids are just weird looking.
We learn from Vike's Dragon Bolt was Lansax's favourite, and it is clear that before pursuing the Frenzied Flame, he was a distinguished Dragon Knight. All of this is a part of Godwyn's
I don't know what
legacy,
my cats are
a
doing.
tribute to his actions prior to his murder, and as I said at the beginning of the video, it paints a fairly positive picture of this fallen lord. Everything thus far attributed to him is positive, a powerful warrior, and yet a gracious one. And there's
That's
one
why I'm
other
surprised like
interaction that we
Mikola
can
didn't
attribute to
attempt to
Godwyn
bring him back
tentatively,
as
and this
his
is some sort of
consort.
relationship developed
Like he
with
kind
his
of gave up.
half-brother Mikola, and he himself one of
And
the
trying to
greatest
revive him.
among their number. So to earn Mikola's respect is a
Which
good
I
thing
think kind of
indeed.
shows Mikola's true
We
intentions.
get the evidence that Mikola appears to have developed a fondness for his half-brother from the golden epitaph
Mikola
sword
just
that I
wants to
mentioned
F all of
earlier.
his
That
half-brothers.
item reads as follows. A sword made to commemorate the death of Godwyn
He's
the
just
Golden,
like, I need a
first
nice
of the
strong man.
demigods to die.
Specifically my brother.
If viewed as a humble prayer of a young
Sorry.
boy, O
I forget
brother,
the name.
Lord brother, please
I have
die
a 3D.
a true death. So the reason that we attribute this prayer to Mikola as the most likely candidate is because later we find another connection between Mikola and Godwyn at Castle Sol that implies Mikola's enduring empathy for Godwyn's position, but we will return to that in a later chapter. The point of highlighting this relationship is just to humanise Godwyn the Golden further, who wasn't always the lifeless Prince of Death. It shows that he was a figure of such stature and personality that he even gained the love and respect of Mikola, himself a beloved, wise and respected figure. In totality, this has always given me a very positive image and view of Godwyn, a pretty colossal figure in the early years of Erdtree royal family history, and a proud representative of the Golden Order. So with that being said, let us now turn to the Night of the Black Knives, the event
Ranni's a
that would
bitch for
transform
this.
Godwyn
I really liked
forever.
Ranni at first, but I figured out.
So I'm really interested
horrible
to
she is.
analyse this event from a Godwyn-centric perspective, so we can get into the real nitty-gritty of what actually happened, and try and understand the origins of Godwyn's current situation. So with that said, let us start with what we know from Roger's description of the event
hot
itself.
rib sounds
It
good.
happened during the golden age of the Erdtree, long before the shattering of the Elden.
I still don't know what the deal is with him having two separate corpses in the game. We're gonna get to that in about 1 to 2 business days.
Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history.
So this happened during the height.
You know for a fact, though, that America was killing her kids without anybody knowing. Like, it says recorded death, that it was recorded, which insinuates there was deaths that were not recorded. Also, how does she just pump out babies like that? I don't get it, man.
Of the Erdtree's rule. However, it obviously happened after the Rune of Death was confined and sealed by Malekith, following the Godskin apostasy, as the rune needed to be with Malekith for it to be stolen by the Knight of the Black Knives conspirators. Malekith's sealing of Death and Death following the Godskin apostasy
Does
is an
a
event
demigod
well
sit in the
evidenced
belly for
by the
9 months,
Godskin
or is it
Apostle
longer?
Set, which reads the following.
How long do they germinate?
The apostles, once said to serve Death and Death, are wielders of the god-slain Black Flame. But after their defeat by Malekith, the Black Blade, the source of their power was
Maybe I
sealed
should have
away.
played his most recent
The source
video
of
on
that power
Godwyn.
that Malekith would seal is of course the Rune of Death, or Death and Death, as we learn via Malekith's remembrance. We learn from Malekith's Black Blade that it was only after the Night of the Black Knives, that fateful night, that he would seal the rune within his own flesh, and when we come for destined death, this is where it yet remains, as we see when he draws it out of himself in the second stage of his fight. Prior to this, however, he wielded it rather flamboyantly within his Black Blade, as we learn via the description of Malekith's armour, which reads as follows. Malekith, Queen Marika's loyal half-brother, bore a blade imbued with destined death, and there was not one demigod
understand
who did
how
not fear
Malekith
him.
is
And while
her
it is not easy
half-brother,
for us to seal destined death, in fact we need to kill the Black Blade himself,
'cause
at this
I can't
stage, if it
remember
is
the
just
origin
within his
of
sword,
Malekith.
it would certainly set the stage.
I can't recall. Did the two fingers make Malekith for her to be her shadow, to guard the rune of death? I can't recall. Yeah, Malekith is America's equivalent of Blythe. Yeah, not her real half brother, but raised together. That's why I'm like, that's a weird mistranslation. I feel like they've changed that. Again, this video came out 2 years ago. And so, yeah. It's not like actual blood brother. The game is originally in Japanese, so. Anyways.
For the ultimate heist.
On a night of wintry fog, the rune of death was stolen.
By who, I wonder? Oh, that was loud.
And the demigods began to fall.
Like, why did
starting
Ranni
with
pick
Godwyn the
him?
Golden.
Like, she could have picked a shittier brother to do that too.
Queen Marika was driven to the brink.
From Malekith's blade, a fragment of the Rune of Death was stolen, and it would remain the greatest failure of Malekith,
Yeah,
for which he
Ranni
would
was
attempt
narrating
to
it.
atone
Yeah.
for the coming years, to little success. Before we go any further, we need to understand what the Rune of Death is, so that we can better understand what the assassins were trying to achieve in this attack.
The rune of death goes by 2 names. The other is destined death.
If you ever want me to be a voice actor for one of the finger readers, I can
Destined
definitely
Death,
do that
also
for you.
known as the Rune of Death, was confined upon the creation of the Golden Order, something we learn about via the mending rune of the Death Prince. So the Rune of Death was clearly a
Yeah,
part
she could have
of
killed
the
any
greater Elden
demigod,
Ring
though.
prior to this
There's a
confinement, given the
plethora.
term rune is used here.
At the time, it
The
seems.
same term used to describe these shattered fragments of the Elden Ring found throughout the world and in the possession of the
Shit,
demigod.
America, so killing her
Further
golden child
cementing
makes
this
sense. That's a
idea,
good point.
when we
Yeah.
use a mending rune at the end of the game, we are incorporating a new
And
rune
it's her
into the
half brother,
Elden
so she
Ring,
probably didn't
which
have
is
that
built up
closeness.
of different runes that govern the lands between. For that is what the Elden Ring is, a
Hi
source
there,
of
funny
power
cartoon
that
woman.
influences
Hi.
the world and governs its laws. The best illustration of how the Elden Ring and its incorporated runes work is the confinement of the Rune of Death itself, for when it is removed, we very much see the effect of death being removed from the laws of the land. The removal of the Rune of Death from the Elden
I
Ring
always like how
has
From
made the world
Software
a deathless hell, hence why
makes
everyone in the world is a pathetic
dying
dragged-out
over and
husk,
over in the
a
game.
zombie.
The game
And this is
mechanic.
best described by the
in the
aristocratic
games.
set worn by the wandering nobles,
The lore reasons.
who are very zombie-like. And so it was literally the power of death, a rune of death that the assassins wished to imbue their weapons with, so that they may once again bring death to the gods, in a world absent death.
I won't lie. I actually,
These knives,
my
their
first
iconic
gameplay,
knives
I
that they
cheesed a
forged,
lot with the
were
black
made
blade
using the power of this stolen fragment
because I
of the
scaled
Rune
the
of
fuck
Death,
out of Arcane.
a process described by Ranni, one of the ringleaders of the event.
Indeed, I am the witch Ranni. I stole a fragment of the rune
America.
of death and
America.
used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite.
So with
I
a
love the
fragment,
voice actress
and
for
only a
Ranni. Her
fragment, bear in
accent is
mind,
awesome.
Ranni and her
I need someone in Gen 2 that
forged
sounds
these
like
knives
Ranni, please.
using the power of destined death, meaning each blade was literally forged from death itself. This is not the only time that a fearsome rite was used to forge a god-slaying blade, and it is one of those nice instances.
I also think that it's really cool that all the assassins,
what I'm referring to, of
are
course,
female.
is the Finger Slayer blade, forged by the Nox as well. The Nox, of course, being Ranni's allies in the Night of the Black Knives. And so therefore, for me at least, it makes it a lot more easy to understand where the ability to forge such dangerous blades had come from. In my opinion, it is the method of creation that also influenced the very shape of the blades, their spiky, iconic form, not too dissimilar from the half-wheel of the centipede, the form of the Rune of Death. The result is obviously a blade drenched in the power of destined death, as is most easily seen when the assassins use the power of the red flame, much like Malekith can.
Oops.
In my Eternal Cities lore video, which I highly recommend watching for a more in-depth look at the Nox,
Ranni voice,
I
Latina
spoke
voice.
on how the Nox were a community of
I would
women
like someone that sounds
defined
like
by their
Rebecca
allegiance
from
to the stars,
Cyberpunk.
and that they are evidently excellent craftsmen and alchemists. We can see their craft in the many creations attributed to them, like the Dragonkin, the Finger Slayer blade, puppetry, and now, tentatively, these black knives, which no doubt combined Nox knowledge with Ranni's power and sorcery. I mention this because I believe Noxian ingenuity is no doubt what provided the science or magic behind the iconic assassin cloaks and armours, and we learn of the potency of these relics from Roger, who says the following.
You recall our conversation about the Night of the Black Knives, yes? They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal
That sword
City,
looks insane for no
entirely
reason.
of women, arrayed in armor of silver under cloaks which fooled the eye.
Indeed, when we meet some of the assassins ourselves, we know this to be true, given they can strike at us entirely unseen until it is too late. Again, this is a well-written bit of lore for me, because we actually have precedent of the Noxians having developed sorcery that revolves around fooling the eye. I of course refer to the sorceries developed in Celia, Town of Sorcery, a town descended from the Nox and the Eternal City.
The Nox are so cool.
I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Celians, descendants of the Eternal.
Aside from this statement from Gowrie, we get other bits of proof tying the town to the Eternal Cities. Of course, most notably, the Crypt Chair, which is also incorporated into Celia's coat of arms, not to mention the presence of a Nox monk and swordstress guarding the chair. Finally, the Celian sorceries themselves are called night sorceries, tying it closely to the Nox, the Latin word for night. And if that still doesn't convince you for some reason, one of these Celian night sorceries, Night Maiden's Mist, taught by Gowrie, is explicitly a Noxian practice. Not only is it a spell utilised by the Night Maidens of Nokron and named after them, but it also says the following.
The Eternal Cities
one of
are
the
so
night
badass.
sorceries of Celia.
That's another one of the reasons why I was drawn to Elden Ring, is the world building and just the culture. Like they fleshed out the cultures so deeply, but still leave enough open-endedness. Love how I have your notifications on and receive none. YouTube hates me, it's okay. So does Twitter.
Of sorcery. Below Celia, the Eternal City of Nokron
I never noticed the
Sleep.
chair either.
This sorcery originates from the maiden of that place. So now that we have firmly
I noticed the
tied
chair, I
Celia
just never
and
really
its night
acknowledged it.
sorceries to the Eternal Cities, let us now consider the practices actually developed within this town. Well, having a look at it, we quickly come to realise that these sorceries are developed with the intent of aiding assassinations. For example, the Night Shard reads as follows, one of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. The Celian sorcerers were assassins,
I wish I had a snack to
and it is
munch on.
said that they often hunted
I don't have
their
any
fellows.
food in my house.
And so we begin to get an idea of how the Black Knife Assassins could have been developed as a concept, especially when we look at the most pertinent sorcery, Unseen Form, which to me is no doubt linked to the assassin's hidden form. I think that this is again one of the most satisfying and well thought out pieces of lore in the entire game, because everything that makes up a Black Knife assassin has a tie to existing background lore, and it is a holistic combination of Noxian, scientific and magical developments. We have the Finger Slayer blade, which explains the Nox and Newman penchant for forging these weapons. We have the night sorceries of Celia that can help explain the development of invisibility.
I have day-old popcorn.
And finally, the Black Knife assassins themselves are all nimble female warriors, extremely reminiscent of the all-female bodyguards of the Night Maidens.
I want to be a Night Maiden.
It all makes it feel real.
They look so cool.
The Black Knife assassins aren't just a plot point shoehorned in.
It is
they
like
are
the
a
second
combination
best
of a culture's
Ash in the
development
game.
and practices, and I really appreciate this detail.
Assassin.
It's also a pretty cool thought that the Night of the Black Knives was partially
Tika.
gestated from the Town of Sorcery that seems pretty good at hiding its deeper secrets. Let us return to the assassination itself. The way in which these blades were brought to bear against Godwyn is unusual. The assassins did not merely stab Godwyn, but seem to have carved his flesh instead. Indeed, we see this taking place in the intro cinematic.
This is the most insane image, by the way. They stab him in the spine.
Into his flesh. This carving of the
This man fights dragons.
is actually well described by Fia,
and he got beat up by a bunch of women who stabbed him in the spine. I feel like it was a trick. They had to have tricked him.
So it seems for this
I
fragment
feel like
of the Rune of Death to
if there is
work,
an Elden Ring game,
the curse mark must be carved in full upon
they
the
will
intended
talk
victim.
about Godwyn more.
And this is further illustrated by the other victim of the Night of the Black Knives, Ranni. She herself has another half of this Hallowbrand carved into
she looks
her
fucking
original
crazy.
flesh, found atop the tower in
It's
Liurnia.
because you never really see
The curse
Ranni's
mark
real
pulled from her
form.
body gives us more
Except
details
when it's on fire
as it reads
and
the
dead.
following. Curse mark carved
probably
into
had
the
beautiful
discarded
red
flesh
hair.
of Ranni the Witch, also known as the half-wheel
And then she
wound
turned herself
of the
into a blue
centipede.
puppet
This
with 4
curse mark
arms.
was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 half-wheels. Ranni was the first of the demigod whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. So we can physically see the curse mark wounded into Ranni's flesh, again reinforcing the fact that not only are these blades imbued with death, but to take the intended effect, the curse mark of death needed to actually be carved onto the victim's flesh, as it was both carved onto Godwyn's flesh and Ranni's. However, we learned some specifics to the outcome of the Night of the Black Knives.
My eyes are really watery.
The wounds on both Godwyn's and Ranni's
Yeah, the
bodies
promotional
are
videos are
of the one
insane
whole
in this.
that
I hadn't seen them until I watched the lore videos.
circular
When I
hole
was and I was like,
of
what?
a
Where did this
cursed
come from?
death. Now, the fact that this item description says should have may lead one to believe that the intent behind the attack was to fully kill Godwyn with both half of the wheel, so he died in soul and in flesh. That it was an accident that led to Ranni dying in body when the wheel fractured. Yet this doesn't appear to be the case, and it appears the breaking of the wheel was actually intended by Ranni, as she says the following.
But I would not acquiesce to the 2 fingers. I stole the rune of death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh, casting it away.
I wonder if Ranni, had she known what and had the knowledge that Miquella had, because this is happening like, what, probably around the same time as Miquella has his machinations, and he's like thinking like, how can I cast off my body and get rid of it so I don't have to acquiesce to the 2 fingers, you know? I wonder if she would have attempted to just enter the lands of shadow instead, but yeah, it's really interesting how things would have been different if she had different knowledge. I also wonder how, because they did it at this, they'll explain in a moment that they did it, the stabbing at the same time, you know, they stab Ranni and then they stab Godwyn so that Ranni would die in flesh, and she needed Godwyn to die in spirit, but his body would live on, which is very twisted and sad. I don't know how they were able to perfect it. Like, how did Ranni know that she wasn't gonna accidentally kill herself in spirit? If it were me, I would have accidentally just killed myself straight up, you know? I don't know how she would feel about Mesmer. I feel like her and Mesmer would actually be best friends because they both hate their mom slash dad. It's very, like, America is very powerful because you'd think that, like, her children would band together to overthrow her in, like, a, you know, what's it called? Gods Against the Titan. Oh, my phone died. Mesmer loves his mom? Yes and no. Because she ends up abandoning him. Hold on, let me plug my phone in. You're gonna see me stare at you like this for quite some time. Well, no, I forgot to plug my phone in. When it comes to Mesmer, I feel at the time of his crusade and everything, and Ranni's doing her thing, then that would be correct. And then no, they wouldn't. Mesmer would probably kill Ranni, or attempt to. Please, please load. Sorry, I'm waiting for it to load. Aww. My nose. I need to sneeze. It's not gonna happen. Anyway, I'm also getting a headache because I've just been sneezing. I sneezed so hard this morning I saw stars. Hello. Ranni needed to kill the phone back. Oh yeah, I'm back. She targeted me. Yes, I have water. Also, I may get flack for this, but I like your no long ears look. Yeah, it's fine. Short hair Shibi looks nice. Don't worry, I'm not gonna beat you up. My hair usually gets in the way when I'm doing stuff, so I just pretend that I've pulled my ears back like they're in a ponytail right now, and that's why you can't see them. Yep. I just assume your ears are tight. Exactly, there you go. I think Shibi with a ponytail would be very cute. I think that would be very adorable. That was my, so I wasn't concepted technically by Ghoul. He did a part of it, but then it was passed on to another concept artist. And so that concept artist actually did my final concepts. And one of them had me with a really high ponytail. And that's the ponytail you see in my lore video. They decided to use that for young, middle-aged Shibi. She down on her luck Shibi. Yeah, the little bunny look. It doesn't hurt. I'm not like pulling by my inner ear. My ears are quite long and floppy, and it's just fluffy and just skin. I just pull it back. I use it not a tight scrunchie. I use like a lighter, like fluffier scrunchie. But yeah. Look at my lore video if you want to see ponytail Shibi. She looks real cute. Ears stay on during sex. I know I need to eventually draw myself or Photoshop with myself with my ears just standing up on my head. I think another reason why I don't have like high ears is because I'd probably run into the same issue as Mercy and be like, because she has scissors on her head, and so that makes her have to be like smaller and cut herself off. And so I would be mostly ears when if I were streaming. Yeah, they would be off screen. Like if I had pointy ears, you wouldn't see them right now. So that's why it's fluffy. I know Bakura does the tire ears thing. I was like, no, it doesn't hurt, guys. I'm telling you, it doesn't hurt. Otherwise, we wouldn't do it. Don't do it on a real bunny, though. That's just not nice. You know, you don't know what they're dealing with. They don't want to. You don't have to force our ear tying back onto them. The fox style, or so I heard. but yeah. I like floppy ears. I kind of wish for my 2.0 I did humongous ears, but that were like my size of my body. That would have been funny. But they're still big. Maybe I'll draw Shibi with humongous ears and just recreate that I'm all ears thing. Like big ears and then big fluffy tail. I like those. Oh my god, kids are being noisy. I was really amused going through my YouTube comments because someone commented on my ASMR stream and they're like, at this timestamp, there's kids in the background. I'm pretty curious about this. What is she trying to hide? Or like something like that. And I'm like, ah, yes. The dog barking and the children. They're all mine. And I'm hiding them. In fact, you're going to hear them right now as they walk past my door really loudly. No, I live in an apartment complex. I promise I'm not hiding children. Imagine trying to be an ASMR artist with a child. Oh my god. I already have 2 cats. 57 with kids. Yeah, my kids are in their 20s. I just thought it was really funny. I deleted a comment because I'm like, what is this person trying to insinuate? But I was quite amused. And I'm like, yeah, people just assume, I guess, that I live in a house, which is not true. I wish it was. Immersion broken. You're telling me she's not a rabbit who's constantly just being a rabbit, doing rabbit things, and having a bazillion kids? Immersion broken. Houses are expensive. I'm never gonna get a house, bro. I'm gonna live in apartments my whole life.
I would not be controlled by
Anyway.
that thing.
So I'm quite sure this nuance is clear to most people
Look how
at this point in
gorgeous
the game's
Ranni
life
is. Her
cycle.
ears pointy.
But this dialogue
I
heavily
just
implies that Ranni
leaked on
planned
my
for the
microphone.
Night of the Black Knives to go the way it did. Her real objective was actually to slay her own Empyrean flesh. Her flesh is even described as discarded flesh in the curse mark item description, suggesting that she got rid of this flesh. How she actually achieved this result and broke the wheel is an interesting process to consider.
I wonder if somebody
she too
has
seems to
made
have the half
Ranni in her
wound,
human form.
the other half carved into her back physically.
The character creator.
It's hard to get your head around, but my belief is that while the assassins
looks
were
like the
carving the rune
gnarliest
into
scar,
Godwyn, Ranni was committing a similar act upon herself, and the fact it happened at the same time broke the Hallowbrand between them, condemning Godwyn to shoulder the burden of the soul death half, while Ranni benefited from the death in body. In the curse mark description, it describes the breaking of the wheel in the following way. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 wheels. The use of that word creates a chain of causality with what comes next in that sentence, i.e., it was because 2 demigods died simultaneously that the wheel was broken, splitting the totality of death into 2 halves.
How did they time that?
One dying of flesh, in one diamond
They didn't have
soul.
phones.
Ranni
How'd they
only
time
wanted
it?
to have the effects of one side of the wheel, and so used Godwyn as a
He
totem
must like the
for
eyeball
the other
clip. I
half
think he does.
to achieve her aims. This does
It's a
tie up
pretty
with what we
funky
know
clip.
of Ranni, and we see in her actions. She is trying to sever
You know, it took
all
me forever
ties
to
with the
realize
two
that there's a
fingers,
second face
as it
attached to her.
appears that when she was
I never
chosen
noticed.
as Empyrean, she was in some metaphysical way bound to them and unable to follow a path of her own choosing. But by doing this, by cruelly forcing Godwyn into her bid for freedom, she condemns a man to a horrific fate and would inadvertently cause the spread of the death root. However, it is the first step in her ultimate goal of
Like
severing
that
her
white part,
connection
I never
to her
noticed
fingers,
when you talk to
and we do
her.
see her carry on this path in her questline. She has first slayed her own
Her
flesh,
kid screaming.
she then kills the pursuing baleful shadows, and then finally slays her own two fingers, allowing her to pursue her own objectives and cast off her predetermined fate as an Empyrean for the greater will. If this is the case, then Godwyn's death is even more
I wonder
tragic,
what Ranni's opinion
as it makes him seem as mere collateral
Nicolette
damage
is in the
to
DLC.
Ranni's plans, and the fact she has essentially condemned a man to live
Wait, no,
forever
she's dead,
in
isn't she?
undeath
I don't
as a
remember.
soulless ghoul is something people should consider if they view Ranni as a hero. And while I think this is true from Ranni's perspective, as in this was the objective of the Knight of the Black Knives, I don't think it is as simple as this for the rest of the conspirators involved.
Isn't she like
I believe
at
they
the
had
moon or
different
something?
ideas as to what would happen. So let's try and analyse the aftermath of the Knight of the Black Knives and what the other motivations may have been for the other conspirators, though I do want to make it clear what follows is my own speculation based on environmental storytelling and in-game lore. So the first co-conspirators are of course the Black Knife
But
assassins
why is he turning into a
themselves.
mermaid? Good
Or are they
question.
aware of Ranni's full intentions? It would certainly make
wondered
sense
that
if
too.
they did,
But
given both parties.
one of the trends within Souls games is just the concept of stagnant water being death, like, and just there's no flow or movement, and stagnation is death and stuff. And so I think they really just like wanted to capitalize off of that, and so they made him essentially like a dead fish, like a fish that just sits in water and rots and spreads rot, you know, except he's not spreading rot, he's just spreading death through, and he essentially he becomes like his own outer god, and it still confuses me though. I feel like he would, if he died in soul, I feel like he would still be present but almost zombie like, but it's like he doesn't, his body, like, I don't know, I thought his body would be like autonomous or something, but it just mutates and becomes fish body. Now I want fish. Man, I really want crab legs. Could somebody get me some fish sticks? Can you go to the fridge and get me some fish sticks, please? Thank you. I appreciate it. I love fish. So I went to a Mexican restaurant when I was away, and I had the best fish I had ever had, and I literally just got it offhandedly because I'm like, I'm not super hungry. I'll just have like a bowl of like rice and fish, and it was so good. It was delicious, and I've been dreaming of it ever since. I think it is because the Erdtree is restraining him. Elaborate on that, and thank you for 7 months of emotes, by the way. General Ferret. Explain, because that is a good point. There's nothing in the fridge when you stay in the bathroom. I love a fish. Seafood is delicious. I love seafood. If I could be a shark and just eat fish all day, I would. Somebody say fish. Thank you for the 1 month member, Mr. Swimmy. You might get eaten, so you better swim away. I'm not a good swimmer. Is it Stronny? I think is a good swimmer. Calamari raided not too long ago. What? What? Calamari what? Did somebody raid me and I didn't notice? aka Stronny. Oh, you guys, you guys say calamari? I never heard her get called calamari. And I'm like, is there a VTuber named Calamari? I was so confused. I'm like, oh, that's pretty. It's like calamari, like, what's that? Cuphead character. Yeah, there's a Cuphead. There's a mermaid boss named Calamari. Yeah! There it is. You knew exactly what I was thinking. My idea is that since the action of the Golden Order, blessed by the Erdtree, can kill those who dwell in death permanently, aka the undead, which Godwyn is the avatar of, the Erdtree suppresses. Oh, that's a good point. And then, see, this is why I think if there's a second game and we, destroyed the Erdtree and, if you do a certain ending, and I don't know what the true ending is though. What's the true ending for the game? If you're like kill America or whatever the frick. Like kill Radigan, but like if the Erdtree is burned and that releases, the suppression, what would that do? Like would he be able to be a terrifying fish guy? What is that? There's like a character. I don't know if it's Dark Souls or Bloodborne. And he's like an amalgamation of a bunch of things. I just remember it was a character and his name starts with an L. And I remember we did the Hear Me Out cake and one of the girls is like, yes, him. And I'm like, what? Ludwig, yeah. I feel like he would be like, if he ever it's introduced to the game, he'd be like Ludwig. I feel like the second game would either be a prequel or something from the future that nobody remembers the gods, demigods from the first one. Yeah, that's what I think, because I'm like, that's what they did with Dark Souls, right? So I wonder if Godwyn can be inflicted with Scarlet Rot. That's a good question. I remember you were like, where's the star? Where's the tent? How do you? An amalgamation of a bunch of things. Just sound like Godric the Grafted. Yeah. I doubt there's a true ending. If there's a sequel, it'll probably be far enough in the future that nuances of each ending will be less important. That's a good point. Yeah, instead of horseman squishy, it'd be fishman squishy that you fight. But, like, again, that doesn't mean that they couldn't bring people back, because, like, you fight the remnants in Dark Souls 2 of, what happened in Dark Souls 1, and, like, so I feel like you can still throw Elden Ring super far into the future, and you have the effect, like, and I still feel like a Godwyn would be a prevalent power because of his influence with the Death Rune, Yeah, I got you. Under where you find the God Sword book. Yeah.
Parties want to bring about an Age of Night, and yet despite this, I do believe there's evidence that the assassins and Ranni are now at loggerheads. Firstly, Ranni asks us to retrieve the Fingerslayer blade from the city of Nokron. Consider why we would actually need to do this if Ranni was still allies with the Nox. Surely they would give her this tool that would help her achieve the Age of Night. Furthermore, Ranni doesn't even know where the city of Nokron is. Again, a curious state of affairs for someone supposedly allied with the Nox. Yeah, and then there, of course, is the bizarre series of events that involve Ranni's counsellors and their attempted and actual deaths at the hand of the Black Knife Assassins.
I was really sad
as Blythe
when
seems
EG
to
got
be surrounded by Black Knife Assassins as if they have tried to kill him, and EG's body is similarly surrounded by the corpses of Black Knife Assassins. So I had once considered that this was Ranni cleaning house, that she had commanded the assassins to take out Blythe and EG, and while I am more or less certain that she turned Celivis into a puppet as an ironic punishment for his plans for her, I don't think this makes sense that she would just kill the others, given she says this near the end of her quest.
Now I can finally stand before them. This is farewell, my dear. Tell Blythe and Iji I love them.
They are her childhood friends, and as ruthless as I see Ranni to be,
Hello.
I very much she could bring herself to slaughter these two in cold blood, directly at least. Leaving them to their fates is another matter entirely, of course. So what do these attacks mean?
Against Ranni, yeah.
Well, I speculate that Ranni
keep
misled
her
the Black
for
Knife
himself.
assassins, and these attack on Ranni's people is an attempt at retribution. Remember the curse mark item description? It says, should have taken the form of a wheel, as if that was the intention behind those who were carving it.
Good picking up on those
I believe
things.
that the Black Knife assassins believed they were truly planning to slay the gods,
Potential.
to overthrow the Erdtree order, and to pick up with the Godskin apostasy, and the Glomide Queen had failed. Godwyn, as a leading member of the royal family,
Yeah,
would have been a juicy target for them in their plans to overthrow the Greater Will, a great act of revenge for their punishment at the hands of the Greater Will. In my Eternal City video, I spoke on the potential connections between the Eternal Cities and the Glomide Queen's apostles, and while e.g. burning in the Black God Slayer flame could be a mistake, I am of the belief that the Godskins were an Eternal City creation. I won't go into as much detail as I did on that video, and again, I recommend it, but essentially the fascination of the Nox with creating artificial life is very much a facet of their society. Most notably the Albinaurics, which we learn were a creation of the Eternal City from some cut Top's dialogue. Artificially created life ties in with the description of the Godskins found in the Swaddling Cloth, which to me implies accelerated growth and hand-rearing by the Glomide Queen herself, suggesting they aren't people that become Godskins, rather they are created.
But apparently it's not.
Then there's of course the implied connection.
Or she could just be another demigod that America is just like, my daughter whom I hate, and I don't want to overthrow me. What was I gonna say? I was gonna make a comment about something that he said. He talked about the Albinaurics, talked about the Nox. I can't remember. Yeah, she's very interesting to me. She's my queen. I want to know more about her. Like, I thought for the longest time that Melina was a Glomide Queen. Yeah, I also had canon that it's her. Because she has, you know, the big eyes. Never noticed how bright your eyes glow in the night, like lanterns with the flame of your soul to guide me home to a comfy night's rest. That was very poetic. Thank you. Yes. My eyes are always glowing to guide you. Not like my eyes were reflecting like a predator that's gonna come eat you in the night. No, not at all. Melina is probably a successor. But doesn't it imply that Melina is the sister of Mesmer? Yeah, I thought the same because of the Frenzy Flame ending. Hello. Hi. Did they remove that? Yeah, I know they like did pull that from the game, which I don't know if it means it's completely retconned, because sometimes it's still in the game. Didn't they change the translation though? A little bit. It's on a different item. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm rotating ears. I'm now on this side. I'm gonna nibble on your ears while we're watching this. Don't mind me. It does imply that Melina is America's daughter. Yes. I thought it was interesting that Mesmer and Melina were related. Me too. Mesmer is a very interesting character to me. I feel like his connection with the Abyssal Serpent is very fascinating. A little bit of light tapping. Tap, 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 tap. I don't know what I could tap on. You know what I want to figure out how to do? I want to figure out how to do layered sounds. in live streams. I think that'd be neat. I was watching an ASMR video where this girl was cleaning her ears and she's using a spoolie, but also like an ear pick at the same time, and had it layered, and then like was doing inaudible whispering, and I'm like, this is perfect, man. I need to figure out how to do that in a live stream though. Probably like some sort of echo or delay thing. But I don't know how to do that. What the hell is that? I can't tell if that was a human or my cat stretching. Pre-recorded track? Maybe. I'll have to ask Stronny about it if she's ever tried it before. I like really don't want to cut my nails yet because I want to do a hand cam so you guys can see. Because they're really nice and dappy. So I don't want to cut them yet, but I can't play video games with long nails. Oh, it's definitely Boomy. He's meowing in his sleep. Okay. We continue, because I forget what my point was that I was going to bring up. As I just sniffle in your ear. Now become the top tier long nail gamer. I know you can be. I could try. It's really hard. I may have to do a hand cam where you guys can see, like, because when you have long nails, my nail will usually hit another key, or I don't have any, like, friction, and it'll slip off, and then I can't press a key for long enough. Boomy, wake up. He's eating your toes. He's sleeping with his face covered with his paws. He's very cute. He's a snuggly boy lately because he missed me. And Kim typing
between the Black Knife assassins and Godskins working together.
Like typing of the dead.
This is at Ichi's murder scene, of course. Scattered around his body are the corpses of Black Knife assassins, who Ichi evidently killed defending himself.
He's not bullying.
However, he is not burning in the red flame of death, the weapon used by the assassins. Rather, he is burning in the black flame of the Godskin apostles, suggesting it was one of their number who got the final blow on the troll. I think this suggested connection between the Godskin movement and the Black Knives leaves bare their intentions, to bring about the deaths of the gods and overthrow them, not help Ranni further her own agenda. And while the Nox armor set tell us that they too want to bring about the Age of Stars, I imagine they wouldn't take kindly.
Oh, I remember what I was going to talk about. So, Night Rain, I can like click my hands together and gesture. So, Night Rain consists of, you know, the Night Lord, the Lord of Night coming through, and he's super evil. Which I'm like, does that mean it's like an alternate universe? And then Night Rain isn't canon, because it's just DLC and stuff like that. I think they've said it isn't canon or anything. It doesn't affect like normal game. It's like outside of it, which I think is smart. But it's like, does that mean, is it like a parallel universe where Ranni was successful in bringing about the Age of Night, but then it backfired, and then you have the Lord of Night, because they were trying to bring back the Lord of Night the entire time, and that's why you see the giant guy on a giant seat, and you're like, what the heck is he doing here, you know? Hello? So that's why it's like, I like the lore implications of Night Rain, even though it's not canon. You know? They should go all out and put an armored core boss. That would be so funny. There's like a random armored core boss. I bet they'd be able to make it into like a golem or something.
By being used by another usurper wanting to take the throne for herself. Whatever the motivation or reason behind it, I think it is clear now that the Eternal Cities and Ranni are at loggerheads, and it's further backed up by Electo, the leader of the Black Knight
reality,
Assassins,
so it's like
being imprisoned
but it's not
in the
canon.
Moonlight Altar,
Like it doesn't affect the main
Carrion
game.
Everjail. I speculate that post Night of the Black Knives, having used them to achieve her goal, Ranni imprisoned Electo, and the assassins take the heat, which is why we see them scattered throughout the land, hiding in the fringes and deep places of the world. No wonder we need a star to break into Nokron. Quite a tangent. But now let us look at another co-conspirator and what they aim to get out of this. Praetor Rykard. We learn of Rykard's involvement via the blasphemous claw item description, which reads as follows. On the night of the dire plot, Ranni rewarded Praetor Rykard with these traces. Should the coming trespass one day transpire, they would serve as a last resort foil, allowing Rykard to challenge Malekith the Black Blade, the Black Beast of
I don't know what that means, last resort foil.
So it looks like Ranni brought Rykard into this plot, and given what we know about him in his later, more overtly blasphemous years, it is easy to see him as an obvious fit. Much like the Eternal City cohort, I believe that Rykard will have just wanted to strike against the gods and America. He doesn't have any connection or care for the Age of Stars. Ranni's motive in bringing her brother in is pretty clear. He is just a last-minute defense against Malekith. And then of course we need to discuss the possible involvement of Queen Marika in the plot itself. Now I do discuss this possibility in my Marika lore video in far more depth, so please go and watch that if you are interested in a more detailed analysis.
No, I don't want to hurt him. I just want him to hang out.
As I'm sure most of you are aware, the main evidence for Marika being involved comes from the Black Knife Assassin
I just
armor
like
set
him.
that describes the women as
I know what he went through.
closely associated
made me sad.
with Marika,
I
as well
actually
as
cried.
certain dialogues that imply a sort of utilitarian view.
Learning the Dark Souls lore was so depressing. It was so depressing. Like the My Fair Lady and Sif and the Painted World, and I'm like, this sucks. I hate it here. I'm really depressed now. I just like Sif in general. I don't want to hurt him. Never mind. Artorias is cool. Is it? Did they show in the trailer if Artorias is in the game? I know the Nameless King is there. Any of the Centipede Demon. I can need to sneeze. I wouldn't be surprised if Sif shows up. I think the closest thing to Sif was probably the three-headed wolf thingy, though. It's pretty much the same thing. I just snotted all over my glasses. I don't know how I managed that. I need to clean my 3DO. Can I clean my 3DO real quick? It's like covered in stuff. It's just sneeze in our mouths, sure. You should check out Plague of Scribes Dark Souls lesson animation. I'll do that. I haven't gotten to the third game yet, so I don't know where that. is the playing pawn? I don't know. The Dark Souls 1 story is really good, it's just really depressing. And then I realized that Elden Ring is literally a copy of the game. It's of course very similar. And I realized that a lot of From Software games are pretty much the same thing in a different package. And I was like, okay, I can see why people complained when Elden Ring came out, because I remember seeing that. And because I never played a Dark Souls game, so I was like, I don't know what the deal is. And I'm like, oh, okay. So, like, the dragons are like the dragons. And they got, like, scales and the stone, and they're almost immortal, and shit happens. Final boss of one has a really distinct song since I played ping pong. Oh! Maybe I never really noticed that. I'll have to listen to it. Yeah, it definitely ended, like, there's always a lot of, parallels to, like, different lores in terms of, like, mythos, Greek mythos and Norse mythos. Like, I know there's a lot of Norse mythos influence in this game. I'm gonna yawn in your ear. Okay, let us continue. We are a third of the way done, or maybe, I think.
Of her own children. As I said in my America video, I'm not someone who personally believes this to be 100% true, yet I do also acknowledge the legitimacy of the theory,
on my chest,
especially
by the
given
way.
the language used in the Black Knife Assassin armor set. And so, with that said, if she was involved, what do I believe to be her motivations? Well, as said in my previous America video, a thoughtful Reddit post by the user links these scrolls and tablets found in Marika's chambers to the declaration she makes regarding studying the depths of the Golden Order for an answer.
In Marika's own words, I declare
America's own words.
to search the depths of the Golden
Order.
through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must he falter?
In my mind, if we are to entertain the idea that Marika murdered her own son, I believe it is a reaction to her study and identification of the flaw in the Golden Order, and that it was a calculated move to expose this flaw that she had identified through her studies. This flaw, of course, was the absence of death, a glitch in the system that could not rectify itself when the Rune of Death was reintroduced through Godwyn's murder. And so with that...
Like, I thought how death is used in this world was so unique, and then I watched Dark Souls, and I was like, oh. And I was like, oh, it's literally the same thing. Play, you fool.
Said, let us actually examine the resulting effects of Godwyn's murder, the spread of the Death Root, and the rise of the Prince of Death.
So I've come to appreciate Dark Souls a lot more, because without Dark Souls, I
After
wouldn't have
his
the
murder,
wonderfulness
the
that
corpse
is
of the
Elden
fallen
Ring.
demigod was buried in the deep root depths, something we can pick up from the Prince of Death pustule. In your first playthrough, most likely the first sight
It's not
you
exactly
get of
the
Godwyn
same, but it's
is the intro
in the
cinematic
same vein.
that shows him being murdered by the Black Knife Assassins. Yet despite this gruesome scene, we get the picture of a beautiful godlike figure,
I'm sure it was
a muscular
Demon
physique,
Souls
and
the
flowing
games
golden
before
locks.
before they were.
This is also
They're
in line
smaller
with what we see in the story trailer, which again could have been many people's first sight of the Golden Prince. So this later becomes very unsettling.
It's so gross.
when
You can
players
see
get
everything
their
like
first
moving
look
in his body.
at what we learn to be a visage of Godwyn, hidden at the bottom of Stormvale Castle.
That's
I
my
genuinely
man.
find the look of this face subconsciously disturbing and repulsive.
It's terrifying.
Something deep
It's so
within me
ugly.
does not like this face. It
Yeah.
feels wrong. And when
It
we look at
is.
the thematics in a later part of this chapter, you will see
He's a
this is
melted
exactly
face.
the intent.
It's really gross.
It reminds me of an oyster, with its multiple folds of skin, and it is distinctly unnatural
I also
and
think it's
incredibly
funny
well
that
done.
Patches is canon
And
in
indeed,
both
the
games.
oyster does seem to be spot on, because we will see the full aquatic form of Godwyn later, as well as tying it in with the relevance of water to Godwyn and those who live in death. It is Rogier who later confirms that this haunting face is a relic of the Knight of the Black Knives, a visage of Godwyn. Indeed, Rogier warns us away from this face, because it does indeed possess the deathlight of Godwyn, the power of the Prince of Death, something
Looks like a
Rogier
squid.
himself has fallen afoul of, an event we can witness through his bloodstain, and now the Deathblight writhes through his body. He is saturated by the power of death.
Terrifying.
When we finally do
I wish
find
there were more
Godwyn, the
Deathblight
true
weapons.
Godwyn, in the depths of the lands between, in the deep root depths, it is made
Yeah,
all
yeah,
the
I know,
clearer
but Patches is
that
in
the
Demon
visage we
Souls,
see
yeah.
under Stormvale is a spot-on replica, more or less, of Godwyn's true face.
It's so
And indeed,
gross.
this visage is actually just one of many faces of Godwyn. These aren't just relics or bits of skin.
They also look like those
These
little
are
salamander
considered to be
thingies.
true
Those
copies
lizards.
of Godwyn's face. For example, the face under Stormvale is actually referred to as a visage of the Prince of Death, something we can see from the Prince of Death's pustule.
I don't like that he
pull
calls
from
it
this very
visage.
face. It reads as follows: a fetid pustule taken from facial flesh. It is said that this pustule came from the visage of the Prince of Death, he who used to be called Godwyn.
So see, then he
So this is actually
why does he
facial
pronounce
flesh.
it normal
It's
there?
real.
I
It's
don't
a real
understand.
replica of Godwyn. It initially appears to be a confusing contradiction, given we find the true face later. But Godwyn's appearance is superbly analysed and explained in 2 videos from Zuli the Witch. They are Godwyn Prince
I
of
like
Death
Zuli the Witch.
and
I
the
just started
Terrible
watching
Truth
her.
About Godwyn videos. I also just want to let you know at this stage that Zuli's work will be heavily referenced in this section, as a lot of the details we learn of the Prince of Death's influence and matter
Shout out
comes
to
from the
Zuli the
environmental
Witch.
storytelling, and Zuli has by far been the most prolific
He's not
in
like a
these
snake,
subjects
he's more of a fishy
in
boy.
regards to Godwyn. Let us first deal with the replica visage that we've just been discussing. In the video, The Terrible Truth About Godwyn, Zuli identifies that Godwyn's image is spreading throughout the lands between, as we can see from the deathly pale eye growths in areas where the death root has spread, even spreading as far
Terrifying.
as Fire Missoula, suggesting
very
this
interesting to
isn't
me.
a growth in the normative sense. It is more like a curse, spreading in the lands between, but we'll discuss that thematic in a moment.
Fire Missoula is
These
so
eyes
detached.
are clearly reminiscent of the Prince of Death's true eyes, but we can also see these eyes on the growths surrounding him in the deep root
So
depths,
gross and
giving us the
creepy.
true nature
I love it.
of these strange eye growths found spreading with the death root. Zuli therefore suggests that the Godwyn visage in Stormvale
Why does he
could
keep
very
changing
well be a
how
more
he says
advanced type
visage?
of this growth
Why is your name
that has
Cockman?
grown from
I
beyond
don't
just
think you
being
have
eyes,
you can speak
but has become an
with a
almost
name
full
like that.
replica of the Death Prince. And I agree that this is the most satisfying explanation to me, as I'd long considered this to be some kind of vestige of the true Godwyn, and given
Wow,
that this
what do
is
you
actually
mean,
made
wow?
of facial flesh, it seems to be that these eye growths, or the growths spreading throughout the lands between, may well all turn into true copies of the Prince of Death. This does
His
also seem
influence
to
is
be backed
spreading.
up by the fact we see his visage duplicated
Very
elsewhere.
Lovecraftian, that's a
Firstly,
good-
in the
good
cysts and
observation.
pustules, you can see the outlines of Godwyn's face. But of course, there's also the crabs that we find in
Oh my
Altus
God.
Plateau
Let me
and
eat you.
Liurnia. And again, you will note that these are all waterlogged areas, and we will deal with that soon.
I have nobody to
These
beg for
crabs
money.
straight up have the visage, face of Godwyn upon their backs, eyes included. Again, reinforcing the fact
Creepy.
that Godwyn can literally spread his face, his body, far and wide through the death root
I'll
and
eat
through
the
the sliding
Deathblight crab.
light of those who live in death. Does he see through all of these eyes? Does he feel all of these faces? The implications of this are pretty huge.
That's why I like
and
to
given
think
enough
that
time, could Godwyn
Godwyn
see
has
through the entire
inadvertently
world,
become
turning it
an
into
outer,
Godwyn?
not an outer god,
It
but
is
like a
definitely
god of some
suggested
sort.
that this is the case. It is an unending spread, and the spread of
I'm
the
not
death
gonna
root
beg
has
you
already
guys for money. I
transformed
meant like
patches
money.
of the world.
Like I can't ask my parents
Before we
for
go
money.
further, we do need to talk about Godwyn's appearance in general, given we are going to be talking about the thematic overlays in the next part of the chapter. In a very surface level analysis, we of course get the immediate allusions to the themes of water.
Yeah, Godwyn is literally
both
Nito.
in the
You're so right.
oyster-esque head and the
I never really
fish-like
thought of
tail
that.
that's replaced his legs. And just as a quick personal note, I absolutely love this design. Godwyn is one of the best designed parts of the entire game. I find it so abhorrent and so shocking compared to his original description in the introduction.
Sorry.
It reminds me of the shock I felt when I first faced True King Alant in the original Demon Souls. The cherry on the top, of course, is the blonde hair, still present in this wretched form, a mockery
I thought that was
of his
sad.
original form, and a reminder that this was Godwyn the Golden. Yet there are deeper connections to Godwyn's appearance
Take a
that we
girl
can
out
mine,
to dinner
not just it
first,
being an
won't you?
aquatic theme.
Anonymous
Again,
tipped
Azura has taken
$6.90.
in their Godwyn Prince of Death video. In this video, Zuli makes a
Didn't
possible
turn off
suggestion
donos. That's so
of
loud.
Godwyn's appearance being linked to the Japanese myth of the Ningyo, and that it may
I'm
be
so
seen
sorry,
as a
but
part
thank
of a
you
recurring
for
theme
nodding on.
in FromSoft games, such as the Divine Dragon, which is referred to as a Ningyo
Please don't
in the
donate.
game files, and of course Kos from Bloodborne, that share very similar facets to the Ningyo.
Just
The
woke
Ningyo
everybody
are
up.
essentially mermaids whose flesh, if consumed, confers immortality, but catching one is meant to bring calamity, and this does tie in with the cursed immortality of those who live in death. And so this satisfies
Wait,
me
I've
on the
actually
aesthetic
never
level.
really. Hold on.
However, there is more however, very similar facets to the Ningyo. The Ningyo are essentially mermaids
never,
whose
like,
flesh, if
looked at
consumed,
this thing,
confers immortality,
that monster.
but catching
It's
one
always
is
confused
meant
me.
to bring calamity, and this does tie in with the cursed immortality of those who live in death. And so this satisfies me on the aesthetic level. However, there is more
Yeah, broken
thematically,
gargoyle.
and at this point I'm going to reference
Never really
another
looked at it.
content creator, Acer Aesthetics, and specifically I'm
Shout out
referencing
Acer
their
Aesthetics.
stellar video on the ideas of pollution and taboo found within Silent Hill, a video called The Horror Lost in Translation, a video that looks at the Eastern cultural influences found in Silent Hill that the Western audience may miss. And in general, Acer's channel
That's why
is
I like these
filled
videos,
with
'cause
these
there's so
amazing
many
video essays
implications
on some of your favourite games,
or
so please
Eastern
go and check out their channel.
ideas that are
The
lost
Silent
on
Hill video is extremely
Western
useful for me, however,
audiences. That's why I
not only
like watching
because
these
Silent
videos
Hill
to get
is
the
one of my favourite
context.
games of all time, but Acer analyses themes that are also very useful in analysing the themes tied to Godwyn. In this video, Acer uses a certain Japanese term to discuss defilement, pollution, and taboos: kagari. Kagari is described by Wikipedia as a state of defilement caused by varying events, including contact with any form of death
I need a Gen
or
3
corpse.
girl.
But Acer
That
goes
literally
further,
his name is
describing
something
kagari
Kagare,
as the
and she's just
crossing
a
of
rotting
boundaries,
corpse.
the transitions
You can feel
between
the
life and
necrophilia
death, for
kink.
example. And when these boundaries are crossed,
kidding.
you get impurity. You get kagari.
Maybe.
In Silent Hill, the boundaries being crossed vary from game to game, but in each game, kagari is represented by the horrible nightmares that each protagonist must face. In the first Silent Hill, for example, we witness the horrendous birth of the cult's god. Childbirth is the crossing of a boundary, and thus can fall under kagari. And in Silent Hill 1, some of the enemies we face are representative of that corruption caused by the kagari of the birth of a god, such as maggot, grub, and moth enemies. To me, this can be specifically applied to Godwyn's appearance and his corruption
fucking
throughout the
flies.
land.
Oh.
To straight up quote Acer when he is talking about a corpse relation to kagari, he says, and I quote, "Kagari can also mean corruption and defilement. For example, the presence of a corpse corrupts the environment around it, because a corpse is a
There's no
seedbed for
space
maggots
between
and other
environment and around.
impurities, real and
Weird.
spiritual.
And maggots.
If you
and-
touch it, you will also get kagari, and you will spread it until you clean yourself." End quote.
Oh.
Does this sound familiar? The presence of a
Indeed.
corpse causing corruption that spreads to others, who then spread it further? This is why Godwyn's appearance is so deeply corrupted. He is a living corpse who has been buried, and his corruption has spread. He has crossed the
thing is, his
boundaries
body
of natural life.
is
The moment
not
his soul
dead.
was obliterated and his
Soul is
corpse was
dead.
left behind, he became a seedbed for the corruption that pollutes the lands between.
Seedbed curse.
Godwyn, through no fault of his own, has crossed these sacred bounds, not only between life and death, but outside the boundaries set by the Golden Order. And he will continue to be a source of impurity, a source of kagari, until he is destroyed or is brought back within the bounds of what is accepted. And
I
as
don't
Zuli
think that would
points
ever
out,
happen.
there aren't just those who live in death, but there appears to be new life forms that are created by contact with the Death Prince himself, spreading this
makes
corruption even further. The examples Zuli gives are of course the
Ew.
basilisks, that
Ew, I
have
hate
clearly
them so
had their
much.
eyes modified from prior Souls games to be more in line with Godwyn's eyes in this game.
I hate it.
In addition, their connection to Godwyn is made all the clearer by their location in areas connected to death, such as in the deep root depths,
I
the
don't know,
realm
my soul
of
is
the
dead
Prince of
inside.
Death.
I'm
They
still
wield
okay.
the death blight of the Death Prince, again spreading that corruption, and they also have amphibian features, tying them to the water themes, which we'll look at in the next chapter, and the Piscine features
Wormface
of
doesn't really
Godwyn
have a
himself.
water theme though.
You'll see his arms are very similar to the arms of these basilisks. They of course
It's so
aren't the
gross.
only life forms capable of inflicting death blight. There are of course the mysterious and confusing worm faces. These are the tree-looking humanoids with worms burrowed
The bait
into
for
their
the fish
faces.
boy.
The connection to Godwyn is of course clear from their appearance. The maggots or mealworms in their face,
Can we do this
very
stream kind
heavily
of once or
connected
twice
to
a month?
death
Yeah,
and
I'm
decay.
planning on it.
They also spread the death blight.
Next one will be conspiracy
In
theories.
Zuli's video on them, she interestingly identifies the fact that the
serial
file
killers.
name for these enemies in the game is Deracine, which is a French term referring to the uprooting of trees. Now this
Oh.
does line up nicely with the appearance of worm faces. The worms look like the roots of upturned trees.
I never noticed that.
And I would suggest that their locations are also significant.
That's quite
The two main areas that we find
juxtaposition
them in
of the
are
Erdtree,
A,
which is
affected
firmly
with death
rooted,
blight,
sorta,
and
kinda,
B,
not really.
have trees. This is the location in Farm Azula
Wormfaces
and
actually
Altus
scare me
Plateau,
a lot in the game.
respectively. So my most likely explanation for their appearance is that they are somehow connected to the areas that are affected with death blight that also have trees. Farm Azula does have the infection of Godwyn, so this area we find them in is also afflicted with the death
I
blight.
just wonder how it got up
Is it
there.
possible they are actually trees that have been corrupted? They are very tree and wooden looking. Otherwise, of course, they could
It's
have
like
just taken
rotted
their
appearance
appearance from their surrounding environments and
parasites
are
and
pure
all.
creatures of corruption. This is, of course, my speculation on Zuli's video and what we see of the environmental details, but it is one that satisfies my understanding of these beings to a degree. Now, while I'm sympathetic to
It's
Godwyn and
fun
his plight,
when
this
they
does
have
all
you
paint a
cobbling up
terrifying
like ice
picture
cream.
about his reach and the transformative, corrupting nature of his power. So with that said, let us look at the spread of his corruption in more detail in the next chapter.
Death woot.
The spread
Nom,
of the
nom,
death
nom, nom.
root was facilitated by the manner in which his body was handled and
I think
buried.
it's funny that Malkeith likes
We
to
know
eat
from
it.
the Prince of Death's pustule that he was buried at the roots of the Great Tree, as it reads as follows. It is said that this pustule came from the visage of the Prince of Death.
See,
who
he says
used to
visage
be
right.
called Godwyn. As first of the demigods, it is said he is buried deep under the capital, at the Erdtree's roots. Indeed, this obviously marries up with what we see in-game. Godwyn's corpse slumped against its very roots in the deep root
Yeah.
depths. While this may seem like a
not
pretty
really
silly
burying.
idea in retrospect, it does make sense with the lore of the world, given we know from numerous sources that the Erdtree burial was the idealized form of honouring the dead, where the dead were returned to the roots of the great tree. Yet it was this
Except they're
connection
all,
of
like,
his body
barely
against
there.
these roots
Still, like,
that
bodies.
facilitated the spread,
It's creepy.
something that we have confirmed by the description of Deathroot itself, which reads as follows. On the night of the dire plot, the stolen rune
Joseph
of death
Anderson,
enabled the
okay.
first death of a demigod. Later, the rune of death spread across the lands between, through the underground roots of the great tree, sprouting in the form of Deathroot. And as expected from Software's masterful environmental storytelling, this too is reflected by what we see in-game. At Godwyn's throne, we see the death blight spreading from his shattered form and infecting the roots of the great tree to spread throughout the world. And of course, it is important to comprehend
I feel like
what this
with
death root
enough
really is.
time,
The item description says it all. The death root
Godwyn
is
would
the
have killed
fragments
the
of the rune
Erdtree
of death
because
that was stolen on that fateful
corruption.
night. These are the fragments of the fragment that was stolen from Malekith, and as such it explains his motivation in working with the hunters to retrieve this death root.
Please let
He is
me
trying
eat
to
them.
undo his mistake to restore the Rune of Death proper, and thus restore the Golden Order. Geraint actually hungers for the Rune of Death, for the Death Root, because he feels the Rune of Death since it is bound within his own flesh, and we learn from Malekith's Black Blade that it was actually bound within his flesh after the Night of the Black Knives.
Man, this game rose
And as
depressing.
such,
Welcome
he
to
hungers for
FromSoft
it to be
games.
complete because it is part of him as well. Tragically for Malekith, some
This is
bells
only a
cannot be
small
unrung.
section, by the way.
And while we return all of the Death Root, Malekith realizes that the affliction of the Wheel of the Centipede has spread too far and has seeped into the very soil of the lands between. The Rune of Death can no longer be restored.
It is all consumed. Still, I am not sated. Not nearly sated.
So this is where we return to what happened to Godwyn on the Night of the Black Knives. Godwyn only received half the wound of the centipede, half of the Rune of Death. This half concerns the death of the soul only, and said Death Root obviously contains the same half, hence why those afflicted by Death Root are dead only in soul, but still exist in a corporeal sense. They literally live within death. The reference to this
like
as
the
the mark
worms are
of the
moving through his
centipede
body is the same
is
worms
obviously
the worm
quite
face.
fitting for a couple of reasons. Firstly, and most obviously, this half of the rune does indeed resemble a centipede, but the more relevant connotation and to why it's probably shaped like a centipede in the first place from a design perspective is to more do with the ideas of rot and stagnation, a cultural understanding from Japanese Shinto, where flowing water is seen as good, pure, and representative of life, where stagnation is seen as corruption, death, and decay. In short, the idea of purity and the ever-flowing cycle of life in Shinto is commonly represented by flowing water of that flowing circle of life. So conversely, stagnant water is used to represent the perversion or halting of said cycle. Pests and insects thrive in stagnant water, and thus they are often used to depict corruption and rot. And again, this is something prominently seen in the first Silent Hill, in the form of moths, cockroaches, and grubs. Again, as aptly described by Acer, stagnant water is another thematic indicator of Kegare. And to quote Acer directly once more, they say the following: "Flowing water is life, and so it is good. Conversely, still waters are death." Now, in Western culture, we are of course familiar with flies, insects, and maggots being a symbol of death and rot and decay. And indeed, this is represented by the flies swarming around Godwyn's decaying corpse. However, it is important to remember that a Japanese team made this, and so it's great to understand the cultural context behind these thematic designs. And so, with the understanding that flies, insects, and other types of pests are representative of Kegare and stagnant waters, we again move to the centipedes. Centipedes fall within this category as a life form that thrives in decay and stagnant waters, and thus in Japanese culture, centipedes are often used to symbolically represent stagnation or rot or pollution. Of course, the best representation of this is in From Software's media in Sekiro, where the presence of centipede parasites are meant to denote the stagnation and pollution of the divine waters, best illustrated by the monks of Senpo Temple, who are literally overtaken by parasitic centipedes. The association with centipedes is made even more interesting then when we consider the golden centipede, which reads as follows:
I'm not scared
the
of any
golden
bugs
desiccated
or
remains of a centipede,
besides centipedes.
Material used for crafting
Specifically
items,
house centipedes.
kept as a fetish by the Golden Order fundamentalists, especially the hunters of those who live in death. As such, they're found near churches or similar. Now, a fetish is usually a talisman or some other object used for spiritual protection, and given it is a golden centipede, the mark of those who are dead,
like Romina.
it makes
Romina's
sense
design.
that the Golden Order fundamentalists would use this when hunting those who live in death, given it's a golden inversion of their enemy's symbol.
I like how she has like the same.
This is why the half wound of the centipede is representative of those who live in death, because they are literally stagnant forms of life. They are stuck living in death, stuck at one part of the cycle of life. They are existing outside the boundaries of the established laws.
No, that moth didn't
They
scare
are an
me.
extension of the pollution
It was just
spilling
stuck
from
in my
Godwyn's
stupid light,
corpse.
and I didn't
They
want to
are
kill it. I wanted to
Kegari,
get it out.
and so the associated imagery of centipedes and insects make sense. The idea of Kegari and crossing sacred bounds
I don't mind
is why so often those who live in death are described to be out with the Golden Order, such as in the description of the holy water pots, which reads as follows: highly effective against those who live in death,
take the bugs outside.
even preventing them from rising again. The Golden Order has no mercy for those who trespass beyond life's bounds. It's again the idea of trespassing beyond the boundaries, leading to pollution and stagnation, and the idea of their existence outside the bounds of order leading to a pollution of the order is reflected in the language of the hunters such as D, who states the following:
following only the guidance of the great Elden Ring. Those who live in death fall outside the principles of the Golden Order. Their mere existence sullies the guidance of gold, tainting its truth. And so it is the vermin must be exterminated, down to the very last.
And the ideas of stagnation make sense why the areas we find those who live in death are in stagnant waters.
Do you think
and
D
it also
would join
maybe
D
helps
Alert?
explains the aquatic tibia marinas, who seem to be an
mascot.
infection vector for the death route. It is just another thematic manifestation of the themes of stagnation and Kegari. Now, while the half-wound of the centipede, being death only in soul, helps explain the undeath of those who live in death, I feel it is only part of the equation when it comes to explaining their existence. As we have just discussed, those who live in death are essentially a glitch in the system, and for this to occur, for a glitch to occur, there has to be a fault in the Golden Order.
You may find this peculiar, but I discovered something in my examination of the Knight of the Black Knives. These souls have committed no offense. They have every right to life, only they happen to touch upon a flaw in the order.
Like Rogier, I actually have a lot of sympathy for those who live in death, and the Dustborn ending was the first one I chose, despite also having Ranni's ending ready to go. Rogier correctly states that those who live in death have happened upon a flaw within the Golden Order. It is not perfect, as the fundamentalists would have you believe. And this flaw will be one that those familiar with my channel will of course heard me mention many times, as in my Gold Mask and Marika videos. That flaw being the removal of death and confinement of it. And this is fittingly described by the mending rune of the Death Prince, which reads as follows:
them as America.
Formed of the two Hallowbrand half-wheels combined, it will embed the principle of life within death into order.
Mask.
The Golden Order was created by confining death
dog.
to death. So the very foundations of the Golden Order are built upon an order absent death, and we see this effect on the denizens of the world.
I feel Solaris would like the Golden Order. I was
really
very
is a
sad
pitiful
about
state of
Solaris.
affairs. Unending life sounds great in theory, but in
cried a
usual
lot listening to
FromSoft
Dark Souls
fashion,
lore.
we are quickly disabused of that notion. And when you peel away the surface layer and grandeur of the Golden Order,
Like the daughter and
you
the
can
dad,
see it is
I cried.
fundamentally broken. For while it is true that those who live in death are stagnant, so are those within the Order. No one ever dies within the Order. How is that any less stagnant than those who live in death?
That's what I
The
never
removal
got.
of
I'm
death
like, you guys are
and then
such
the murder of
hypocrites.
Godwyn are the two main
You guys
events
also
that broke
can't
the world,
die.
as much as the shattering of the Elden Ring did. And indeed, Rogier seems to agree with that statement, that these were the pivotal events
All this because
that
some
led
female
to the world
assassins. No,
becoming
no, it's because all this because some lady didn't want to deal with these two fingers telling her what to
I've
do.
spent many an hour scouring the archives for knowledge of that fateful plot. The
So she
world
turns
has
herself into a
grown
puppet.
crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way.
And yet, there are those looking for a workaround, a way to undo and reverse the corruption, rather than simply purging those who are afflicted. And so
I
it's
want to
time to
learn
look at
more
those
about
who would undo the corruption and
the
restore
eclipse stuff.
Godwyn
I need to look
his
into that
former
more.
glory.
The Castle Sol and all that.
We have already covered the fact that Fortisax and Godwyn developed a close bond due to their mutual respect
Besties.
in the War of the Dragons, and Godwyn's sparing of the former's life.
Yeah,
but
Two
the
Fingers
depths
were
of
just
this
a bunch of
bond
liars.
isn't really illustrated until we get to the latter parts
So
of
is
the game, and we find Fortisax for ourselves, who to me
cool this
is one of the
dragon is.
most
Oh my
heroic
God.
characters in the entire story. Fortisax's remembrance reads as follows. After Godwyn the Golden became the Prince of Death, the ancient dragon fought long and hard against the death within its companion. Alas, victory was never achieved, and its only reward was corruption. And this is indeed how we find Fortisax, renamed the Lich Dragon, due to the fact the ancient dragon himself has been suffused with death. Even the ancient dragons are not free from its pollution. This is apparent from his appearance. All other ancient dragons have a sort of golden beige hue to them, including his own sister. However, Fortisax is now stained with black, and you can see how well the design team have done here. He isn't just a black dragon. He still actually has his gold scales underneath if you look carefully, but it is more like he is stained with a black suit over the top, the mark of death. Much like when Rogier becomes suffused with death, Fortisax also seems to be sprouting the blight even bursting from his eye socket and through his skin. And it is no wonder Fortisax is now called the Lich Dragon. He is a dragon living within death.
A zombie?
What is interesting is that it again shows the real corrupting power of the death, this pollution caused by the crossing of boundaries.
Monster Hunter
the extent to which Fortisax is afflicted is pretty eye-opening, and it is elaborated on by the Death Lightning incantation, which reads as follows. Incantation that channels the power of the ancient dragon Fortisax, now corrupted by death. It is said that this golden lightning was wielded by Godwyn,
in Dark Souls,
and so this
Elden
lightning
Ring with
was actually
lightning
once
was
Godwyn's
interesting
power
to me as well.
that Fortisax now channels. And
Except
the corruption of
in this
death is so
game,
powerful that even this lightning is afflicted
Lightning
by it,
is
showing
used
it as a
primarily
true
by dragons
metaphysical
instead
curse.
of used against
And
them.
this is all
like
well
Dark
and good,
Souls.
but when you fight Fortisax, you may have some burning questions. Why is he so corrupted, and where the hell do we fight him? Well, Fortisax's remembrance implies that Fortisax is within Godwyn's mind, within his soul, battling within the death in his old companion's body. Now this is
Very
a confusing
interesting to me.
concept to wrap your head around, but it does appear to be that there is a realm within Godwyn that represents being within his corrupted body.
It's like, that's
we can
why
enter this
I
realm
thought,
ourselves at the end.
like, before the DLC came out, because there was some cut lines in context from, like, a character whose name I forget. I think it starts with an R, that I think was eventually turned into the lady who's obsessed with Mikla in the game, whose name I forget as well. When they said like let me enter Mikla's dream, I thought it was gonna be like the realm of shadow was not going to be a physical place. I thought it was going to be a world within Mikla's mind, kind of in the same vein as like Fortisax kind of battling within Godwyn. And I thought Saint Trina would be way more prevalent. She was there. She was like, you know, doing her Saint Trina thing, but I kind of wanted more Saint Trina. I really like Saint Trina. Her design and how she is. She's just like, ah. And how she whispers. Although, she did fuck shit to Tholier. Tholier didn't deserve that. I wish she talked to Tholier. Isn't it like a greater undead mage? Oh, okay. So it's like a zombie guy who has powers. Saint Trina is a cutie. Boomy is a cutie right now. He's behind me in his bed. He's quite adorable.
Of Fia's quest, when we are invited to enter the deathbed dream. Now, given Fia is a deathbed companion, this must be Fia's dream, bridging her mind to Godwyn's, and so we use her as a medium to connect with Godwyn's mind, and that is how we end up fighting Fortisax, or something along those lines. We'll discuss it more in the later chapters regarding Fia, where I will also talk about why we have to battle somebody in their head. If this does represent a realm or pocket dimension within Godwyn, it does let us know the true extent of death's saturation. The sky itself seems to be covered in a death blight. And it is in here, in this hellish realm of death, that Fortisax has spent a long time fighting against the death, trying to push it back, trying to cleanse his good friend from the inside out.
Which
Yet,
I thought
as
was
should be
stupid that we have to
obvious
kill him.
from the spread of death in the world at large, and the suffused nature of Godwyn's mind represented by the skybox, this was
Fortisax,
a
you didn't
doomed
do shit.
endeavour, and Fortisax has paid the price for his bravery. Yet it is one of the most heartwarming stories in the game, and I see Fortisax as a true hero. It wasn't just Fortisax who felt great sorrow at Godwyn's fate. We of course now return to the Golden Epitaph as promised at the beginning of this video, which is most likely tied to Mikola.
He named a character
More
after
specifically,
Shibi's cat. I know,
we
it's
can make
crazy.
this tie-in via the specific ghost dialogue from Castle Sol.
Lord Mikola, forgive me. The sun has not been swallowed. Our prayers were lacking. Your comrade remains soulless. I will never set my eyes upon it now. Your divine
So that does bring us to the location of this ghost, Castle Sol, a bastion that appears to hold a cult dedicated to the resurrection of the soulless. So let's discuss this. Castle Sol, as seen by its banners, is a castle containing a group that seem to venerate the Eclipse in some capacity, and this is further supported by the great treasure of this
chaotic
castle,
barbarian.
the Eclipse
Never heard of that.
Shuttle. The Eclipse is of course used elsewhere in Elden Ring, and is closely associated
Poor
with the
dragon that
mausoleums
corrupted, trying
and
to
their
stop
knights,
the friend from
and the
dying.
soulless
Yeah, real
demigods
bummer.
housed within. The Eclipse Crest Great Shield, wielded by the Mausoleum Knights, reads the following. The Eclipse Sun, drained of colour, is the protective star of the soulless demigods. It aids the Mausoleum Knights by keeping destined death at bay. So the Eclipse is obviously a symbol associated with the soulless, and it is seen as a ward that will keep destined death at bay. Obviously something to avoid for these soulless demigods, so they don't die permanently before they are restored. A really great video on the subject of the Eclipse is one by VAllure, and I highly recommend you check that out, and I will link
I
below.
wanted to know more about
The protective nature of the Eclipse as a type of ward therefore explains why it appears on the shields of the defenders of these soulless demigods. The Eclipse also thematically neatly fits in. Not only is the Eclipse extremely similar to the two sides of the Hallowbrand, but again there are some cultural connotations to the Eclipse which are relevant to death, and we will shortly deal with those. But I want to first ask, what is the point of Castle Sol? What are they actually trying to achieve here? Well, let us try and uncover the purpose behind these people, the people who existed in Castle Sol, those who seem to venerate the Eclipse. We have already looked at one ghost dialogue, which implies the Eclipse could restore the soulless demigods, and so now let us turn to the other ghost dialogue found within the castle, one in the main chapel, who echoes the veneration of the Eclipse. O great sun, frigid son of Sol, surrender yourself to the Eclipse. Grant life to the soulless bones. So the connecting factor here seems to be the belief that the Eclipse, swallowing the sun, can restore the soulless demigods to full life. Yet what is the basis for this theory? Fortunately for me, I am friends with a curator far more familiar with Japanese cultural implications, as well as the language itself. Of course, people familiar with the channel will know I'm referring to Last Protagonist, who has once again provided some excellent information in regards to the Eclipse. In a comment on VLimit's video regarding the Eclipse, Last Protagonist said the following, and he's given me permission to share this comment. The term for eclipse comes from shoku, which is the same kanji for mashibamu, which means worm-eaten, corroded, deteriorated, etc. This comes up a lot in Dark Souls to describe the way curses and the dark eat away through things, like in Gnaw, Dark Fog, Wolnir's Holy Sword, etc. In Elden Ring, the term also comes up in items associated with Godwyn, the Weathered Dagger, the corruption of Fortisax, etc. This all ties into the Eclipse Shuttle, which is described as a sun being drained of colour. It might imply that there is or was a connection between the sun and the Grace of Gold, and might coincide with the Sun Realm Shield, or how Warming Stones say the Erdtree was as warm and gentle as the sun, end quote. So again, brilliant insight from Last Protagonist, and if you're new to the channel, please check out their channel, as they often help me out with Japanese translations and cultural connotations. And again, thanks to Last Protagonist. Now, the part I want to focus in on is how Last Protagonist says this worm-eaten description ties into the eclipse Shoto, which is described as a sun being drained of colour, being worm-eaten of colour, perhaps. I find this interesting because it's in line with the idea of the sun being eaten, like the ghost at Castle Sol mentions the eclipse swallowing the sun. Is it then possible that the cultists of Sol are beckoning for the eclipse to swallow the sun, to steal its vitality, to restore the soulless demigod? I do believe that this is their belief, that they wish the eclipse to eat the vitality of the sun and take this vitality to restore the demigod. At least that's their belief, even if there isn't any weight to it. Specifically, it appears that the Castle Sol is a joint venture between the group at Sol and Miquella, given the ghost dialogue that we reviewed at the beginning of this chapter. And this is unsurprising, given Miquella's great empathy for the outcast and forgotten, as well as his implied sympathy for his half-brother, as suggested by the Golden Epitaph. And I now want to make an editorial note here. I had far more planned in this chapter, for the soulless demigods, for necromancy, but as with my last video, the video is already becoming far too long, so I have decided to cut certain elements from the story. However, don't worry, I am already planning the next video that will pick up these pieces, and I'm going to do a combined video on death, including the death birds, necromancy, the soulless demigods, and perhaps roses. So, something to look forward to, more time talking about death. Woohoo! With that said, I want to turn to an important figure who champions Godwyn's cause, in an attempt to stand up for those without a voice. I am of course referring to Fia, and the conclusion of Godwyn's story.
My baby girl.
Fia is a fascinating character, whose story is presented to us right at the beginning of the game, during the introductory cinematic, where we quickly learn that Fia is a deathbed companion and also a tarnished. When trying to understand what a deathbed companion is, a good place to start is probably from Fia herself, who says the following.
I was known as a deathbed companion. Where I come from,
I lay with old men.
Received the warmth and lively vigor from a number of champions, I lay with the remains of an exalted noble, to grant him another chance at life.
So Fia pretty much gives us the bare bones of
Does
what
she
her
like
position
F the corpse?
entails.
By
they
the way,
absorb the
she says
vitality
I lay.
of champions they
Like
embrace,
and imply that she fucked
such as
them.
us, and they use that stored vigor to breathe new life into those who have already passed. In this dialogue, Fia also seems to describe exactly what is depicted on her introductory slide art. She was lying with a noble to bear him into new life. I find the term bear him into new life interesting. It has connotations of childbirth, and as you'll see later in this video and in her quest, she does seem to birth new life from the absorbed vitality of other champions. It isn't just a transference of energy, it is almost a recycling or reincarnation of the original vitality taken from the embraced champion. There is actually a lot of surrounding lore that can help explain the deathbed companions. For example, we get an allegorical description of their origins as a profession via the perfumer Tricia Ashes, which read the following. Tricia was once known as a healer who dedicated her efforts to treating misbegotten, omen, and all those seen as impure. When her efforts failed, she was a companion as they died, watching over them to ensure that they could pass on peacefully, free of pain. A tale akin to the origins of the deathbed companions. So by using Tricia's story as a comparison, the description seems to suggest that the deathbed companions were once that, an order of people who would be deathbed companions, companions to people on their deathbeds, to watch over and help them pass peacefully. However, in time it clearly evolved to where it was more about restoring people from their deathbeds. And I do find it interesting to consider the origins of the deathbed companions, mainly because the only one we meet is out of their context. but we can glean a little of that context. Firstly, let us look at the Baldachin Blessing. It seems to show a temple covered in curtains, or canopy-like fixtures, and the description of this item described these as being temples in the guise of a bedchamber, and obviously with beds, deathbeds, being an important part of this order, this makes sense. This also matches up with the term baldachin, for a baldachin, according to Merriam-Webster, is a cloth-covered canopy fixed or carried over an important person or sacred object. So this matches the canopies we see on the temple shown in the Baldachin Blessing, and the very cloak that Fia wears over her deathbed dress for travelling. These black robes look very much like curtains or canopies. Most likely then, the term Baldachin Blessing most likely means a blessing from these Baldachin covered temples. I could be wrong, and Baldachin could be the name from where Fia is from, or the name of a god associated with these temples. But either way, it does tie in to what we see as the kind of aesthetic overlay of this culture. However, the darkest part of this role is the fact that deathbed companions never choose who they lie with. This is directly told to us by Fia herself, who says the following when she chooses to lie with Godwyn.
This is goodbye, my dear, but I am satisfied. I choose to lie with Godwyn of my own will, not the remains of one.
I need you to sleep with this
Therefore,
body to bring it back
Fia
to
and
life.
her kind are directed to lie with the remains chosen for them, and given Fia tells us that it was a noble she was last told to lie with, I would assume the implication is that the upper classes benefit from this particular brand of resurrection. And the Radiant Baldachin Blessing also suggests that the deathbed companions don't even get to choose who they embrace to get the vigour to resurrect the nobles, as it reads as follows. It is said a deathbed companion will only produce a blessing of this kind for a champion but once in her entire life, the sole blessing which she imbues of her own volition, meaning that any other Baldachin blessing that is bestowed by a deathbed companion is not of their own volition. It is just a part of their duty. This lack of choice is quite key in Fia's motivations. So when Fia becomes tarnished and is exiled from this land that she hails, she chooses a new path, and chooses to use her skills and powers for another purpose, her own purpose. She says the following.
I see.
You got lobster rolls. Why would you tell me that?
Of Godwyn,
why would you say such a thing?
I wish to be
I
a
want
mother
a lobster
to those
roll.
who live in death. So it
You
is
need me.
that any loathing, any hatred that overshadows them,
I have
must
to
bear
toot,
as a
but I
matter
can't
of
mute.
duty
No.
with my own flesh.
Fia chooses to defend those who, through no fault of their own, are hunted, persecuted, and have no voice, have no choice. Given Fia's life of being told what to do as a deathbed companion, and being chased from her homeland, and now being bound by grace through no choice of her own, we can easily see why she would have great sympathy and empathy for these people. I feel her ideals must be similar to her allies, Rogier's, who quite rightly states that their existence, those who live in death, is no fault of their own. Sophia takes it upon herself to try and right this wrong, and finally make some choices for herself. And the first way she does this is via her embraces. Not only is she using this energy in a build-up for gestating her new child, but she also uses it in a more creative, defensive way. Fia appears to take a portion
I wonder if Fia
of the
would have given
vitality of
birth to some
champions that
weird
she
Godwyn
embraces,
form.
and can summon them as champions to defend the Prince of Death, akin to the practice of carrion puppetry. This makes sense since we do see Rogier and Lionel in the fight against Fia's champions. Both tarnished, we know she has embraced, as she mentions Rogier in that context, and we later find her belongings alongside Lionel's in a bed in Lane Dell. To be clear, these are akin to puppets. These blue manifestations
Well, aren't you just
the
same color as
Oh,
the
God.
carrion
Rightful
puppets.
Chaos tip
They are not
$20.
the actual rather an
Thank you
imprint
for
of
the
them,
lobster roll,
especially
buddy.
since Rogier will be dead by this
Sorry
stage, so
for
we
the
face him
jump
as a
scare.
Fia
Thank
champion.
you, Rifle Chaos.
This is actually a rather impressive feat,
That's
and it
very
really
kind.
emphasises how much power Fia gains from absorbing the power of champions, and it will play a key
gives
role
birth to a
in her
death-like crab.
gestation of the mending
sucks.
rune. And yet,
I never did
to
Fia's
make this
questline,
mending
yes.
rune,
I'm
she
fake for
needed the
naming
two
my cat
sides
that.
of what brought the curse of
Fia was
unlife
named
to
Fia
the
because I
land's
couldn't
queen,
think of anything.
the two sides
And I
of the
wanted to give her
Halbrand.
an Elden Ring
And so
name.
she sets ourselves and Rogier in motion to retrieve it,
Well,
though she makes
actually,
great efforts to hide her true motivations
so Reina was named Reina, and then I had a cat before Reina, who was Reina's sister, who was Soleil. So I was like, okay, rain and sun. And then Boomy was Earth. And then I couldn't think, I wasn't gonna name Fia Appa, but I couldn't think of any like air names, air related names like Arya or Sky. And then like, those are stupid. So I was just like, let me just, and I'm playing Elden Ring, I'm like, Fia, the deathbed companion. You're a nerd. Actually, I'm a geek. Pushes up my glasses that I'm wearing currently right now. People are yelling in the background. I'm gonna take this opportunity to pee. I don't wanna drop my 3D. I need to sit up. Sylph. Yeah, I know. But then I would have. I'm not a huge fan of Mushoku Tensei. Because isn't that like Sylphie? Okay, I'll be right back. Welcome to Mamba Seba. I hope you will enjoy your time here. Should probably get food. What noise was that? Boomy just meowed and tried to stick his paw in his water bowl. I don't know what he digs at the ground before he drinks water. I don't understand why. Guys, I'm pretty mad at you because Oh, sorry. Now I want a lobster roll, and I can't get a lobster roll. Oh, my head's disconnected. Why am I... There we go. I'm so sorry. It's not our fault. It's that guy's fault. Get him! I guess it's my own fault for just constantly watering fish. Someone is playing a video so loud. What the hell? I'm listening to opera? What's happening here? Okay. I'm looking for food to eat. I'm gonna get not fish sticks. I'm gonna get fish and chippies. Yeah. Fish and chippies. You bet your bippy. What else can I get from this place? We thinking, we testing, we looking. Guys, want to hear a weird noise I can make? Ready? I just drooled. I didn't mean to drool. I'm sorry I drooled on you. Okay. Should I get scrimp? Should I get jumbo scrimp? Or should I get I can't read that. Crab bites? I don't know what that is. Does a crab bite? Do I bite a crab? It look like mini crab cakes. I bet they're made with imitation crab though. Sad. Scrimp. Get the scrimp. That crab got cake? You're telling me this crab got cake? Oh my god, I need to tweet that. My back is itchy. Would it say shake the crab crate? I don't know, man. It might just make me want more crab. I'll have to eat a Deathblight crab. We'll put it to a vote. I can't type crab. I have to type with one finger. Beat. Scrimp. Or alternative option. Wide clams. Or I love seafood so much. Oh. Do you not have anything else? Okay. Boom. How you cook the crab? What do you mean? I steam a crab. I've had worse stuff for me. Fried clams. Do they have fried clam strips? I would freak up some clam strips. I think it's just fried clam, just like normal. I don't think it's strips. I think it's the whole kit and caboodle. I like how it says like a fried section and it just says seafood. It doesn't tell you what seafood it is, just seafood. But that's kind of foreboding. Why would I microwave a crab? Do you think I'm on cocaine? Even if I was on cocaine, I wouldn't even do that. Even the crackheads know better. Good old Chef Mark in a kitchen disaster. What? What's the crab to scrimp ratio? Like, how many scrimp we talking? I don't know. Do you mean more descriptions in seafood? Yeah, I would like to know what seafood I am going to consume. Roast crab? I've never roasted a crab. Okay, it looks like it's crab bites, guys. I'm gonna bite this crab. Who up biting their crabs? Who up crabbing their bites? Chef Mike is cheeky name for a microwave. Is that a British thing? Because you said cheeky. That sounds like a British thing. It looks like Fia is trying to get into the cuddle. You're right. It looks like she's going into the bed with us. It's a Gordon Ramsay thing. Kitchen Nightmares. Why? I haven't watched enough Kitchen Nightmares. It's fun to do. Wait, they have a crab cake. Guys, should we do crab cake? Or should we do... Wait, how much is the bites versus the cake? It's $1 difference. This crab's got cake. Succulent crab blended with spices, pan-seared to golden perfection. Description generated by DoorDash using AI. No, it was the description was written. Okay. Here we go. Order has been placed. Can you do the cake in a side order of scrimp? It won't let me. But if I really want scrimp, I think I might have really freezer burnt scrimp in my fridge. I kind of wish that I had the AI generation thing on, because I never really see it in my streams. And I think it's funny when it generates a description of what's going on. Alright, wait, I need to put my phone back on the thing. You used to have it. Yeah, I know, it was there. I think it just, like, YouTube just got rid of it. They're like, you don't deserve this. What are you doing? What are you doing, Boomy? You guys have killed my Monstera plant. My eye is itchy. You wanna hear my eye in my head? I don't know if that makes any noise. Eye noises. I like how I post the comfy Shibi. I don't know if I like that. It does make noise. Is it like liquidy? The last thing was me blinking really hard. Ah! Is this the secret trigger that nobody's ever done before? Rubbing their eye. Sounds like it's gonna pop. I promise you I'm not rubbing my eye that hard. Alright, let's continue.
Tress, only portraying herself as someone who is interested in helping Rogier, a friend, while mysteriously handing us a pivotal map that she got from a friend
My
of
eye
a
is
friend
really
of a
itchy.
friend. Meanwhile, Rogier also seems to let a secret slip to her. Fia has already mentioned how Rogier says things while abed, and he appears to hold another secret that would be of much interest to Fia. It is the same secret he divulges to us in the form of a note after his death. Written in a trembling hand, it says the following. I forgot to tell you, but it seems Dee has a younger brother. I heard he lies in a deep sleep in the aqueduct besides the eternal city of Nokron, and it is said he stood before the Prince of Death, not far beyond that spot. Now with this note, everything that transpires between Fia and Dee makes complete sense. Fia knew that Dee's brother had stood before the Prince of Death, and this no doubt explains why we find the twin huddled and broken, not far from where Godwyn lies. And now, with that in mind, let us look at the weathered dagger that Fia asks us to return to Dee. It reads as follows. Dagger received from Fia, the deathbed companion. She wishes for it to be returned to its rightful owner. It was once a special weapon of gold and silver entwined, but is now worn down and marred by a black gash. A knife, marred by a black gash and worn down. Evidently a weapon of Dee or his brother. And surely given those two bits of lore, we can assume that this blade was turned against Godwyn, given the black gash on the blade. But to what end? Well, the answer, I believe, comes from Fia herself when we reach her in the deep root depths. She says the following.
Have you ever seen a Hallowbrand when the first of the demigods died? His flesh was marked with the half.
Have you ever seen a holobrand?
Godwyn's holobrand has since been recovered at the Round Table Hold, but there is another holobrand out there somewhere, and I must find it.
Godwyn's holobrand has since been recovered at Round Table Hold, meaning it wasn't on Godwyn's person, meaning someone had it at Round Table Hold, and thus, to me anyway, it is explained why Fia actually kills Dee. It isn't because he is a Golden Order hunter. No, he has Godwyn's holobrand, and she takes it from his cold, dead hands. This is my speculation again, but what I see to be the chain of events given the lore we've examined just now. Dee's brother stood before Godwyn and carved out his holobrand from Godwyn's very flesh, the act that mars his blade and drives him to slumber. And given his state, the brand will come to be possessed by Dee, his twin brother, for safekeeping. Fia learns of this via Rogier, the secret he will tell to us later, and knowing she will come into conflict with a Tarnished, she develops Fia's Mist, an incantation only effective against the undying Tarnished. For all his martial strength, Dee is no match for the Deathblight, and Fia lures him into a trap by passing the knife to Dee that all but says "I know" and revealing her true loyalties. Fia then kills him with the Deathblight, reclaims the holobrand, and disappears into the night, to be by Godwyn's side. It is actually a brilliant bit of storytelling, a master plan that happens in front of our very eyes, but is so subtle because neither Fia nor Dee show their hands to us. And if we choose to return the other half of the holobrand to Fia, which of course was the intended result of stoking Rogier's interest in finding the other half of the holobrand, then the endgame of her plan can come into effect. She can bind these two together through a gestation ritual. She says the following of this:
I will soon lay with Godwyn, and it will surely stir within me the new life of the Golden Prince, and first dead of the demigods, as the rune of those who live
I don't like
in
that
death.
she says it'll stir within me.
Do one
Don't F
thing
the
for
fish.
me. Brandish this child, my rune, and take for yourself the throne. Stay
I'm gonna
the
brandish the
persecution
child
of
like a
those who live
sword.
in death.
And so it seems as though Fia's position as a deathbed companion is absolutely key in the formation of this rune. Long as she channeled the power of Champion's vitality to resurrect the dead, as I noted earlier, this process through semantics is indicated to be akin to childbirth. And now again, she refers to this as her child, this rune, not a child in the traditional sense, but a recycling of life that is akin to the natural process of giving birth in the real world. And not only is this a child of Godwyn and Fia, but Fia also implies that it's partially our child, for she is using the warmth of our vigour from our last embrace to breathe life, to gestate this new child. Of course, unfortunately, this is where we must face and kill one of the truest heroes of Elden Ring, Fortisax. Fortisax has spent unknowable years within Godwyn's mind, fighting and resisting the death within his friend, and yet that now means he is an obstacle to the birth of the mending rune. This mending rune is death, and Fortisax's influence
Boomy isn't like Shmooby and like meows nicely and asks for like pets or to go into the closet.
So it is with great sorrow
Boomy just
that we
yells
must put
and
the
flies
blighted
across the
beast
room.
down, so Godwyn and Fia's child may come forth.
My point.
So what does this mending rune represent for the future for those who live in death, and for the world at large? Well, let us first of all read the description of the rune itself and try to understand. It reads the following: formed of the two holobrand half-wheels combined, it will embed the principle of life within death into order. The Golden Order was created by confining death in death. Thus this new order will be one of death restored. So first of all, it makes it clear that it is both sides of the holobrand. This is not the original rune of death, and given it's both sides of the holobrand, you may assume that it restores original death and death, and makes death normal again, given that both halves represent the two sides of death. However, I think it's clear this isn't the case, as the rune specifically mentions that life within death those who live in death are brought into the order. It will not be removed or reversed or made full death. They are being brought in to the order.
Oh no, what he's doing.
This is also backed up by the fact that Fia
I
states,
turn around and he's gone.
Godwyn can take his rightful place as first of the dead and claim a second.
He's playing in the tunnel.
This implies that Godwyn will continue to be the source of those who live in death, but will take a new kind of position of power within the new order as first of the dead. This literally seems to just be bringing everything that's outside the order in regards to those who live in death, including Godwyn, into it without actually changing them, in my opinion. Now, the mending rune does suggest that death will be restored, maybe implying that normal death will be restored. But bear in mind, this isn't the original rune of death, and so if we consider the science, if you want to call it, of runes, this isn't the rune of death. This is the rune of the Death Prince, meaning that the Prince of Death, as he is still going to exist in this order. It is his order that is being incorporated into the Golden Order. This is the age of the Duskborn, and given Dusk's inherent connection to death, we could literally translate this to the age of the Deathborn. And while this sounds utterly repellent, consider this might just be the right thing to do. Those who live in death did not choose to be what they are, and it was the current order that led to them existing at all through their poor choices. Perhaps a new era of life within death, death overseen by Godwyn, will have a new just era of life.
It's me tapping on
So thanks guys, that is my
nails,
take on
like
Godwyn, the Prince of Death. A fascinating subject and a pretty deep one. Had a lot of fun doing this video. As I said, there's going to be some other parts of this video that I took out that I think will fit coherently in their own video, so keep an eye out for that. And as many people have requested, I am also doing a video on the stuff that I took out from the America video, including the one great stuff. I think that's a really interesting chapter, and I think you'll really enjoy it. If you like this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel, as I do plenty of Elden Ring lore. If you want to support the channel other ways, I do Patreon, and I do memberships. Apart from that guys, just let me know in the comments below what you think about the Prince of Death, if there's anything important you think I looked over. But until next time guys, I will see you in the deep root depth. Take care, and have a lovely night.
Whee! Ta-da! You thought we were done there? You're wrong, brother! We're watching another one.
Godwyn the Golden is a character.
This one's also an hour long. It never ends. But yeah, that's by Smoughtown. This is also Smoughtown, so we're just gonna watch Smoughtown videos apparently. Because I was gonna play the Prepare to Cry. Maybe. I don't think so. But you can look up VaDiVidia's video. VaDiVidia's video on Prepare to Cry, Age of the Duskborn. Yeah, you're gonna get comfy and then you're gonna hear me munch. Munch, 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 munch. Where's my food? I know the place is far away, but where is it? I'm gonna stick you on my armrest. I hope you enjoy that ear cupping. My food will be here in 15 minutes. I'm just hungry. My brain could barely keep up, but let's go. We just chilling. This is just cozy hangout time. And we watch stuff. I just like watching Elden Ring lore. I love Elden Ring lore. I love Elden Ring lore. My nose is ticklish. Blah, blah, blah. Cause the time of battle will never end. Never. Are you guys enjoying this? Should this be a thing? Excuse me. Not the tapping. I meant like just sitting and watching Elden Ring videos. Hell yeah, yeah. It's nice. Is it like the 3D okay? I like it the 3D because then I can be like in your ear. Like I'm snuggling in your and I can eat you. You know? It's kind of like the members watch alongs. I think we're gonna do these for members, but then you guys will pick what you want to watch, like your special interests, and then I'll use the 3DO instead. I hope we do this one. I'll say probably I'll do it more often for members, but maybe like once a month for public. Hello, Boomerton. He's on my desk now. May I have a bit of waddle? Oh, thank you for letting me squeeze the pouch. You may continue. He just walked to his bed and started making biscuits. You making biscuits, big man? Can we hear you make biscuits? I don't know if you can hear him shuffling his paws in his bed. Are you making biscuits, Boomy? One time Boomy was making biscuits too hard, he fell out of his bed. Which is kind of what it's looking like right now. Are you gonna fall? Please don't. You making biscuits? He's quite cute when he makes biscuits. I don't want you to fall. Your bed is like falling to the side. Hold on, let me fix you. Boomy, you're literally gonna fall. Because you're leaning back in your bed. Okay, now you're safe. I saved your life. You better repay me with snuggles. He's working too hard. Oh, give you a head pat. And you give me a little smile. Boomy opens his mouth when he gets pets. He looks really funny. I'll be like, I'll go for a head pat, and he'll be like, are you still making biscuits? Or are you gonna settle? Oh, good boy. Oh, so comfy. So comfy. Members ASMR. I wanted to do that too. I wanted to do members ASMR because we did that in that member stream where I kind of creeped on ASMRs and we watched ASMR videos together, and I really liked that. So I definitely want to do that, and that'll be exclusive to members.
Who casts a long shadow over Elden Ring's story, despite not being a particularly
made a
active
month ago,
player
so it's
in the
more
current
recent.
era.
The other video was 2 years ago.
Now known as the Prince of Death,
Covering your
Godwyn's
ears
soul
with
murder during the Night of the Black Knives is arguably the event that kickstarts the shadow. Additionally, his death would also result in the spread of the Death Root and the rise of those who live in death.
He likes
Shadow of the Erdtree did not focus on Godwyn, and yet it did still provide us with some new insights into the Prince of Death and his followers. Additionally, the DLC gave us far more regarding death in general, and how it works in the world of Elden Ring. Spirits and the mechanisms that manage death in the current era have always been a bit of a mystery, yet the DLC revealed to us the concept of gold and shadow, and the Skadu tree, the Erdtree's shadow, that manages all things shadow, including death. New questions and answers arise from this new lore. We learn more about Godwyn, where he fits in the timeline and who his followers were. But why is Godwyn's cadaver here, in a place that is physically disconnected from the lands between? And why are Godwyn's loyal followers looking for these cadaver surrogates? Death has always been a unique mechanism in the lands between.
Tracker? Okay,
and
so
so
we
in
got
this lore video,
one
we will
eye
be
clip.
exploring the lore of Godwyn and Death, as it is explained in Shadow of the Erdtree. But before we get started, remember that if you like Elden Ring lore, then consider liking
Please check
this
out
video
SmoughTown.
and subscribing to the channel for more. But before we dive into the lore
I'll
of
link his channel in
Godwyn,
the description.
it is time for a word from today's sponsor, Factor,
I was never really
who are
into...
once again partnering with smoughtown to feed the lore. Factor is the perfect option for Tarnished, who are strapped for time, offering a stress-free and healthy
I've actually had Factor. Factor's pretty good. Factor, if you want to do a sponsorship with me, I will totally agree to that. I actually...
Chef-made and is dieted to the
Their food is
lore.
actually really good. When is that? You know what? I'm about to tweet out at Factor right now and be like, Factor, you want to do something? You want to make music together? I don't have... I canceled my HelloFresh. They suck. I canceled. They wouldn't give me a sponsor. Factor, please give this bunny seafood so she's not ordering DoorDash. Leave me alone. Man, if a cute bunny girl advertised something towards me, I'd probably buy it, see? Factor, please. I love you. I'll love you more forever. And it's easy because I can just microwave my meals. I don't even have to prepare them, and they taste delicious. And it's just quick and easy, and that's why I should be a Factor sponsor. Yep. I don't really think I could do hand cam cooking of a Factor meal. It's literally just me putting it into a microwave and going, it's that easy. Quick, tweet at them with their alt account. That's definitely the reason why HelloFresh didn't want to work with me. She's fast. I want to make Madam Green Spaghetti. Green Spaghetti? Can one of you guys tweet at them for me? Can you all collectively tweet at Factor? Thank you. I'm too lazy to lean forward and type out a tweet. Are you sure that's a good idea? Maybe. Mom Spaghetti is vomiting on a sweater already. It's called Green Spaghetti. So Factor gets sent to my door and all I do is put it in the microwave. Wow, if only there was a bunny that was sponsored so I could get a discount. My height. Or those gooners asking us to collab with a bunny girl. Think of your fan base's username. Harlot? HareM? That's fine. Awesome to send me bunny meals. I mean, what? Butt is itchy and I can't scratch it. I need to sit up and adjust. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm tweeting at Factor right now. Something, why is it when I clicked on Twitter it said something went wrong but don't fret, it's not your fault. Did I get suspended? Okay, no I didn't. Why can't I make a tweet? Why doesn't it let me tweet? I have to, okay, weird. Well, that's odd. Oh my god, Chai is doing a hentai tag tier list as part of one of her Donathon awards at 8 p.m. Eastern. Looks like what I know that we'll be going into in an hour. Huh. Anyways, factor. Wait. Hi. Factor. What's the factor at? I'm getting fear factor. Do they have me blocked? Does factor have me blocked? What's the factor at? Somebody look it up. Is it factor meals? Okay. Factor meals. I found him. Hi. I think it would be really neat and cool if you sponsored me. I am but a sweet, funny girl who enjoys food, and I can cook really well, but I don't feel like cooking. And I think meals are really great, and we could have, oh, caps up, a beautiful relationship together. Let me not do and let me put your, like a normal human being. I also have 20k followers. I have a lot I can bring to the table, like gooners. I swear. Thank you for your time. Post. I should have said I canceled my HelloFresh for you. Damn it. Cat food dispenser showing up at the right time. I can't see. I just realized how dark it was in my house. Shibi, they're owned by HelloFresh? What? Yeah, can you guys vouch? My food was dropped off. Where is it? I gotta go get it. HelloFresh bought Factor 5. Wow, I didn't say anything bad then. I love HelloFresh and I love Factor. So many great things, and we can easy meals for I can either prepare them myself or I can microwave. It's great. Everything's perfect. That's wonderful. Anyways, I'm gonna go get my food. I canceled my I didn't say it. I didn't say that. I'm scrubbing this part of the VOD. Anyways, I was in the middle of speaking and my 3DO cut off. I'm gonna go now. Hi, I'm back. Boo. You're gonna hear this and Shibi. Getting my food in this. I want to have the 3D. Your little baby ears. This is bussin'. The camera. Don't know how to use it. Like an ice cube. Okay. Let's see if this crab cake is any good. Looks like there's 3 in here. Yeah, they're okay. The crab cake is not bussin', but they're pretty thickums crab cakes. I've been to Maryland. It's hard to beat a crab cake from Maryland. Okay, we're switching back over. I need to put my footrest down. Transition's a bit loud. I don't know how to fix that. That's just how the transition is. There's no way to change. I didn't even know it had sound, to be honest with you. No footrest, that's widowy me. I don't know what the sauce is. I don't think it's tartar sauce. It's very good though. What is this? Boomy is here. You can't have my food. It's like orange. No, Boomy doesn't get a nibble. It's not horseradish. I need him to move. remoulade. I don't know what that is. Okay, there's people yapping in the background. I'm trying to untangle my headphones. Help. Hi, Boomy. Okay, I need to put my seat lower. I didn't go as low as I wanted to. I wish I could raise my desk higher. Okay, let's continue and I'll munch. I'm gonna put you guys over here. Mayo base, krill, mustard, hot sauce, horseradish, and Cajun seasoning. It doesn't taste like it has horseradish in it, but I think you might be right. Okay, I'm gonna mute for a second. I'll put you guys on a. Okay, you're precariously balanced on a stand. Let us continue.
I am sure I'm not alone in trying to imagine what Godwyn would have been like in his prime, as we hear a lot about him. An influential leader who played an important role in the war with the ancient dragons.
I don't know if I like this.
Additionally, we do see some of Godwyn in the opening cinematic to the game, and he is exactly what we would expect of Marika's brood. Heroic, strong, and blonde. I have always assumed that Godwyn is of the Golden lineage,
Hitler's wet dream.
and directly born of Marika and Godfrey, and there are obvious reasons
right?
for believing so. First off, the events that he is involved with suggest he is one of the earlier children of Marika, such as the War of the Ancient Dragons, which seems to be a bit earlier in Leyndell's history. Additionally, I know the name convention theory is imperfect, but I do think his name does suggest he is of Godfrey's line. Of course, we can't ignore that he is called Godwyn the Golden, a moniker that Godric will also later take, who is himself of the Golden lineage. We get Godwyn's placement as an early child of Marika confirmed in the DLC thanks to the Crimson Amber Medallion +3, which reads as follows. The Erdtree's old sap becomes amber, treasured as the most precious of jewels in the Age of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. These medallions, of the largest variety, were conferred to Godwyn's inner circle of distinguished Golden Knights. I like the consistency here, as we already knew from the base game that these types of amber medallions were indeed treasures of the Age of Godfrey. The base game amber medallions heavily suggest that Godfrey oversaw the so-called Age of Plenty, the age when the bounty of the Erdtree fell freely from its boughs in the form of dew. The amber is clearly some of that dried dew that contains the life-giving qualities of the Erdtree, hence they boost our vitality and various attributes. The DLC takes this element of the lore and ropes in Godwyn and his knights, and so we now know that Godwyn and his followers were very much active during this Age of Plenty, and under Godfrey's rule, likely confirming he is indeed the son of Godfrey. When it comes to what we know about Godwyn as a person, we know that he is someone who clearly inspires loyalty and respect. Fortisax, once an enemy of Godwyn, becomes so loyal to him that he goes to extreme lengths to cure his friend of the death within him, going so far as to enter the mind of Godwyn himself, where he would battle and be overcome by death. Fortisax is not the only one who mourns Godwyn's death. It is heavily implied that Godwyn's death causes Marika such grief that it eventually pushes her to trigger the shattering. or at the very least it is the straw that breaks the camel's back.
I wonder if
We also
Ranni
find
knew
a
that
finger
she was
reader,
gonna freak out
mourning
like
the
that.
Prince of Death's fate in the Great Root Depths.
Oh, Lord Godwyn. Such cruelty.
Your fingers.
Such humiliation. Oh, my poor, sweet lordling should have died
she was a
true death.
Godwyn's loss was a massive blow to the Golden Order, and in many ways it marked the end and decline of its rule. As the Prince of Death, Godwyn also inspires loyalty, with the likes of Fia, who jumps through many hoops in order to bring about Godwyn's Age of the Duskborn. Of course, we cannot forget that Godwyn earns the admiration of Mikla himself, who not only honours Godwyn in death, but also seemingly collaborates with the people of Castle Sol, in an attempt to help restore Godwyn's soul via the eclipse. This has always been the impression of Godwyn that I had, one of the best of the royal family, a warrior strong enough to defeat the ancient dragons, yet magnanimous in befriending them afterwards. A man who even aesthetically fits a classical ideal of a godly hero.
Is he gonna do the eye?
Thus it is all the more tragic when it is this noble soul who is killed during Ranni's ritual. The tragedy is heightened when we see the warped remains of Godwyn, eliciting a similar revulsion in me that true King Alent did when I first played Demon's Souls in 2011. This untarnished image of Godwyn is only reinforced in the DLC, where we meet more followers of his who are equally loyal. The Death Knights are clearly those who were once the Golden Knights of Godwyn, as described by the medallion we just looked at, his personal guard, and thus likely his most loyal followers and most skilled warriors. Now they have been much transformed, following their lord even into death. Their armor set reads the following: Golden Armor of the Death Knights, adorned with an antiquated depiction of the Erdtree. These knights, once Godwyn's personal guard, quested to find their transfigured master's cadaver surrogate for the coming age of the Duskborn. These knights are so loyal that they have transformed from the Golden Knights to the Death Knights, serving their master no matter what form he takes. The strength of their allegiance is also illustrated by their helmets, with the golden ring symbolizing their eternal loyalty to their lord. Zeph the Scholar makes a good observation in his excellent lore video on Godwyn, which will be linked below.
When it comes out of
In this, Zeph relates the shape of these helms to that of wounds of the centipede, and I do find this quite compelling. I would speculate then that these were affixed to their helmets following Godwyn's death, and it represented their conviction to follow their master into death. The length of their service likely dates all the way back to the war with the ancient dragons, and Godwyn's actions that led to the founding of the ancient dragon cult. I say this because the Death Knights are able to use ancient dragon cult incantations, including Knight's Lightning Spear. This incantation's description tells us it was an incantation taught only to the most accomplished knights, and now it is a lost art in the lands between. This tells us that the Death Knights were likely some of the oldest and most accomplished Dragon Knights, which is to be expected given they are Godwyn's close companions, and Godwyn was personally involved in the founding of the ancient dragon cult. I would love to have seen these knights in their prime, decked out in golden armor, embracing the ancient dragons as their lead once did. One detail I like here is that these helms are described as their death masks. In real life, death masks are impressions taken of a person's face upon their death, so their visage may be preserved, meaning these knights followed their master into death, in the most literal sense possible. This is very similar to the Mausoleum Knights that guard the soulless demigods, who also joined their liege lords in death. But more on the Mausoleums and soulless demigods soon. These knights have come all the way to the lands of Shadow, in the service of their lord, in order to secure and guard his cadaver surrogates. The purpose behind securing these additional vessels is tantalizing, but before we dive into it, we need to once again discuss the Lands of Shadow and its relation to death. I am going to be discussing a lot of concepts in this chapter, and so to make things as clear as possible, I want to present my current thoughts on the Lands of Shadow. I have changed my thoughts on all this, so forgive me for once again going over it. I believe that in the time of the Horn Scent, the Lands of Shadow overlaid the same space as the lands between. I believe that when Marika became a god, she created the Golden Order by separating out various elements from the Elden Ring, including death. This is why the story trailer tells us that at this moment, both Gold and Shadow were created. The elements that were removed would become represented by the Erdtree's shadow, the Skadu Tree. The Skadu Tree has existed as long as the Erdtree has, and I believe that the Lands of Shadow were also immediately disconnected from the lands between at this moment. I do not believe the Skadu Tree ever occupied the same space as the Erdtree. Thematically, it is its shadow, and thus I believe this always has existed in a shadow realm.
I love the themes of duality
As
in
above,
Elden Ring.
so below. It became a well for death at this stage, with all of death being pulled from the lands between into the Lands of Shadow. I do not believe that the separation of the Lands of Shadow and the sealing of the Lands of Shadow are the same thing.
I don't think they're super lost because I'm
I
pretty sure
believe
there's
that
like a
Marika
copy
and
of his
her
body
regime
there
had
too.
a relationship with the Lands of Shadow, despite its spatial displacement, and death was managed and transported to this underworld. It was part of her domain, and she allowed it to exist and continue to operate as the underworld. Later, however, Marika decided to bury the Lands of Shadow. She specifically wanted it to become a container for everything that could threaten her rule. Specifically, I believe that as the Age of Plenty waned and her power weakened, she wanted to bury the truth about godhood. The truth that she was not truly divine, she is not the one true god, nor was she the first. I think she wanted to hide the gate of divinity and the truth of her ascension, and so she whipped up hate against the Horn Scent and called for a crusade. Messmer led this, but he too was tricked, for she wanted rid of the darkness within him as well. And so, as the dutiful son went about his mission, the land...
I was trying to pause it because, again, I always forget how much time has passed. So there's been enough time that has passed that people think that there is only one god and one true god, and that it is Marika, and she is the god overall, and then you have the demigods. So very interesting thing to think about, that at this point, and because Farum Azula is far away, that people don't know that there's a possibility of another god to be made unless you're besties with the demigods who have been around long enough to remember and know that. So really, it's just Marika having kids and then fighting off her children for trying to take her divinity. Not take her divinity, but become gods. Because she's a shaman. Excuse me. Yeah. Kids, not even once.
Lands of Shadow were veiled. In short, I believe that the Lands of Shadow have been separate from the moment of Marika's ascension, but that they were not sealed and hidden until Messmer's crusade entered. In time, the Skadu Tree would be forgotten, along with Marika's origins. I think that after this sealing, only the dead could still be drawn to the Lands of Shadow, like the Death Knights and Godwyn surrogates. The land would be forgotten, but some elements of death would still slip through the veil from time to time. There are a few reasons I believe this to be the case. The first is just that it makes more thematic sense. The Skadu Tree is seen as the shadow of the Erdtree, and I therefore think from a cosmological standpoint, this tree would exist in a mirror or shadow dimension to the Erdtree. There is also a really important piece of lore that discusses this particular element of the lore, and that's the description of the Shadow Militia armor. It reads the following: freshly singed battlegrounds effusing with the stench of the dead, forbidden lands that will be excised from the memory of history. What better place than the realms of Shadow then, for such an army? This shows an intent to hide and seal the Lands of Shadow at a time in which they were already known as the Realms of Shadow. The term realm is not one you would use to describe a land that lies right next to your capital. It is a more suitable term for a completely separate dimension. Additionally, they are also referred to here as forbidden, suggesting that these lands were known but forbidden from the lands between denizens before they were sealed. Both of these facts seem to exist before Marika fully sealed them and had their history erased, and to me it supports the idea that the lands of Shadow had long been separate and forbidden, but they were not fully sealed and hidden until after Messmer's crusade. As an aside, these Shadow militia cannot use bestial incantations, nor destined death flames like the base game militia can. This suggests that the sealing of these lands took place before the Night of the Black Knives, and I do believe this lines up with the timeline I have previously suggested, after Radagon's marriage to Rennala, but before the Shattering, likely in the period after the Age of Plenty, when Marika's rule will have become more tenuous. With that said, let us dive into the details of the Skadu tree, as I find it fascinating that it became a vessel for everything that was removed from the Golden Order. This is more or less outright confirmed by the description of the Skadu tree Avatar's Remembrance, which reads the following. The Skadu tree is the shadow of the Erdtree, born of dark notions that bear no sense of order, that twist and bend its stalk, rendering it brittle. To me, this is one of the most important item descriptions in the whole of the DLC, as it concisely explains what these lands are and what their role is in Elden Ring's cosmology. The Erdtree represents life, light, and order, and thus the Skadu tree is born of death, darkness, and disorder. The Skadu tree was once venerated as part of the Erdtree pantheon, before Marika buried the past. Indeed, Skadu tree fragments were once seen as holy objects by the people of the Erdtree, and were used in their prayers. However, by the time the game takes place, people have forgotten about the Erdtree's other half.
I can already tell this is gonna hurt my tummy because it's fried food. I may die in 30 minutes. Femboy Harlan. I don't know what Boomy's doing, sir. I hear you breakdancing on the couch for some reason. I don't have a gallbladder. When your gallbladder processes fat and I don't have one. Why do I feel that he's reading too much what incantations do enemies have and have not? Like, can be due to gameplay reasons or even human laziness, must be lore and cover pen of the depths. I feel like with Elden Ring, yes. It is, like, everything is so, I feel like everything seems so deliberate by FromSoft. Like Miyazaki and George R.R. Martin, who helped make, I don't think he helped with the DLC, did he? I don't know. But either way, yeah, everything's considered lore. I think, I don't think it would be, I feel like everything is so, yeah, like I said, deliberate, which is why, like, colors matter in terms of, like lightning, like you have red, gold, blah, 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 and, like, gold is such a prevalent thing, and it's like, if it didn't matter, if it was laziness, then they probably wouldn't have put all of those things on the descriptions, you know? But is it lore? I think so, because then why would they go through the, you know, the trouble of putting it there? If, like I said, if you want to be lazy, just don't do it at all. You know? Let me continue.
Perhaps they were displaced, but very much accessible by those granted access by Marika. There was definitely intent to have these lands sealed though, and we see this in Messmer's Remembrance. But another interesting piece of lore regarding this actually comes from the Shadow Militia set, which we read previously. So this tells us that there was an intent to excise these lands from memory and history. This was obviously effective, as prior to the DLC, we ourselves had absolutely no idea that the lands of Shadow existed.
Nope.
The original Golden Order was one of gold and shadow, and yet now most don't even know the Erdtree exists. If they did, they would realise that death does have a place within this order of duality. As a result, the Golden Order's ideas surrounding death have been warped by the loss of this knowledge.
I serve the Golden Order, that I might put this crooked land to rights, following only the guidance of the great Elden Ring. Those who live in death fall outside the principles of the Golden Order. Their mere existence sullies the guidance of gold, tainting its truth.
I like Elden Ring because it is
the
open-ended.
vermin must be exterminated.
The majority of it you
down
have to surmise
to the very
yourself.
last.
So to surmise, I now believe that the lands of Shadow were always disconnected from the lands
I just said
between.
surmise.
But this was a known fact, and there was a connection between the two. And the lands of Shadow were
And usually when people make video essays like this, I would say people who do these are very thorough. Because, they'll usually say, like, this is speculation or this has been confirmed, you know? I don't know. I feel like George has something to do with Miquella wanting Ranni. It also could have been made, like, when Elden was being developed. They probably developed the DLCs as well. Video essays are the end of the day, 90% of time spent. I disagree with that. It depends on what the subject is. When you have a resource, which is this, and there's a lot of evidence in it, and that usually, like, devs aren't shy about, like, confirming things, I disagree. If it's, like, speculation about, like, I don't know, this YouTuber sucks, then it's mostly based off of opinion at that point. It's hard to approach stuff objectively. Well, the creators do know the full real thing, but it's not like... But I think they, like I said, they give you the puzzle pieces, you know? What with the Way in Black, for example, being some form of immortality as well as time travel, white being the length of time extended for black is a single instance between time. That's super cool. We definitely gotta watch that color theory video. It's always better when they scatter the nuggets of lore throughout the game than force feed it to you. It makes the world feel more real. And that's what Elden Ring does. It doesn't... I don't read any of the descriptions on anything. Like, I would have never put the pieces together. They give you the pieces. They let you put it together. They show, like, again, one of the channels I've been watching lately is, like, the Tarnished Archaeologist, and just, like, the cultural implications of certain things and what can be implied through, like, certain places, like, being made out of certain things and certain, you know, hieroglyphics, being in certain places. Like, it's all deliberate, you know. It's up to the player to decide if they want to put the pieces together or not. I think Miyazaki leaves a lot of puzzle pieces out of the box, so there are always some bits he wants you to theory craft yourself. Exactly, like, I know, like, you can't, that's why I said, like, there's stuff that, like, I have watched, like, I will watch video essays from, like, when Elden Ring first came out, and from when, like, up to more recent stuff, when you have more pieces of the puzzle and more research has been made, and there's really only been, why is my mouth, like, weird? It's because my 3DO is blocking. I feel like there's definitely been, like, misinterpretations of things with puzzle pieces being left out. I wouldn't say that there's speculation though, because the evidence is there, but it gets misinterpreted. So I would just say mistakes. You know? Like, they give us this artifact and we're like, it says this belongs to Miquella, and it looks like it points to Miquella being a great guy, but then we find out that he actually uses it for killing people or some shit. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think Elden Ring over-explains. I think someone put it well where it's they leave pieces out of the box and then we discover them later. Like, it was cool how, like, learning about, like, Mesmer and the Crusade and now the Shadow of the Erdtree all kind of fits in, and there's no evidence of that thing. Those pieces were gone from the box in the base game. There was no evidence of the Shadow, the Realm of Shadow, however he says it. Oh, Boomy, are you nice and cozy? Good boy. Make sure you don't fall again. Hi. Why are you so cute? Why are you such a handsome man? I don't know where I put your bow tie. Where'd your bow tie go? Why are you flipping your tail out? Because I'm talking to you? Do you not want me to talk to you? What? But you look so cute. I just want to tell you how cute you are. He is flicking his tail. He looks so calm and happy when I'm talking to him, but he's flicking his tail like crazy. Can I give you a pet? Oh, such a nice man. Just okay. Boomy love. Fancy Boomy. Calm on the outside, zooming on the inside. That's true. Every time I say his name, he his tail goes crazy, but I don't think it's irritation. I think it's just like, I don't know. Boomy. He just flicked it when I said his name. Boomy. I don't know why they do that. It's like yes, I hear you. What? Boomy does chase his tail. And he'll like thump it. I forget, was it the other day? I was like at my desk and he like thumped it on my keyboard and I'm like, dude, what are you doing? I wonder what the inside of his mind is like. I don't know. Chaos. It's just the same match of Marvel Rivals of a bunch of Scarlet Witches going pure chaos. Yeah. Boomy. You look so eepy. Are you an eepy man? Are you getting very eepy? Oh, yeah. You like the head scratches? Again, I don't know why Boomy opens his mouth. When I pet him, he's just like he's gonna start painting like a dog. It's funny. Meet the Pyro video? What that? Stream starting, time to act the fool. Accurate. Honestly, I would do the same if you pet me. He always looks like he's smiling. He's a smiley boy. Fia also smiles when I pet her. It's cute. I have a picture of me petting Fia's head. And on the live photo, the moment I pet her head, it looks like she's smiling, and it's really cute. He's like, what do you want? I'm trying to sleep. I've never played Team Fortress. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. Do you hate me? I don't know anything about Team Fortress. I remember I would watch some of like the animations. Like one of my favorite animations is using the assets from Team Fortress, but it's like an Overwatch reference, and it's like Genji, although it's like, it's, what's his name? I think it's Spy. He's dressed up as Genji, and then I'm pretty sure, is it Sniper is dressed up as Zenyatta? No, I don't think so. I think I could switch those. Anyways. No, wait. Am I going insane? Anyways, let me just say the stupid thing. I think the person remade it with the actual Overwatch assets, but it's like Zenyatta and Hanzo and Genji goes, Zenyatta, tell him where he can stick his arrows. And then Zenyatta goes, in his quiver. And then Genji goes, no! And I don't know why. It's really funny. No, not Cypher, Sniper. Sniper. But it's like the way that he shook the model around, it was like, no! Man, I wish my slime trackers worked so I can actually demonstrate. I still don't know how things work. I was like sitting for hours trying to mess around with my 3D model. Boomy, you have something in your eye. I got it for you. Why is your mouth open? Now you're just sitting there with your mouth open and you look like a weirdo. I can see your teeth. You look so much like Shmoopy. I'm pretty sure you guys are brothers separated at birth. Sorry, my neighbor likes to blast me whatever fucking YouTube video he's watching when he walks by. Has Immy tried hers? She's pretty sure she's almost set up. Like, we're going through the slime trackers together, and I was getting pissed because, like, everything was going well for her, and then I figured out that 2 of my trackers were dead. And I'm like, what the hell, man? Why can't I just have non-broken things? I'm gonna squish your paw. Boomy, your paws are so soft. What lotion do you use? Okay. Let me get cozy again. I'm wearing my Gamer Subs cup pants that are really cozy. They're like really soft. It's the Pixel Cup pants. One day Boomy and his long-nosed twin are gonna pull a parent trap on you and Icey. Smoothie is way more well-behaved than Boomy is. He doesn't seem like a freaking crackhead like Boomy is. And Boomy's meow is also very different from his. Like, Backlash has a very, like, sing-songy meow. And Boomy does too. But Shmooby's is a little bit more sweeter. Like, Boomy definitely meows like sing-songy. And I remember when I first got him, I was like, my gay son. But anyways, hold on. I'm gonna mute while I take my microphone off. Boomy's favorite color is also pink, and he likes to play in my closet a lot, so he's my gay transgender son, or technically daughter. I'm sorry I misgendered you. Anyways. And you think of Boomy's favorite color is literally pink, and I don't even think cats can see pink on the spectrum, so that just confuses me. Oh, are you stretching to reach me? Oh, you're so nice. Anyways. Where's my mouse? Oh, I'm stupid. Slay boomy.
Openly the realm of the dead. It was only later that Marika severed this connection and buried the secrets found in the lands of Shadow. But these lands were not originally lands of death. Prior to Marika, they would have existed in the physical world, and they were the lands of the Hornsent and the Crucible. We have to imagine that prior to Marika's actions, there would have been no spirit graves, no grave birds, and no coffin barges. These lands will have seen a remarkable transformation under Marika's reign as it adapted to its new role as the underworld. We know from various item descriptions that after this cosmological shift, all forms of death would drift here, be that deathrite birds or undead dragons. One of the most interesting examples is that of the spirit graves, mainly found in gravesite plains. And I believe
it's just weird that not everything, like those who live in death, didn't drift over.
Reads the following: in
like,
places where the dead have been brought since antiquity, the oldest gravestones turn into spirits and then fade away. To me, this implies that these are graves from all over the world, from different civilizations and periods, and that over time they become spirits and are drawn to the lands between with every other element of death. The gravebirds are also interesting to me, because while we find deathrite birds in the lands between, the gravebirds are something unique to the lands of Shadow. I had assumed these were creations of the Hornsent, and that they likely partook in the death rites, given these funerary practices were dominant in the age before the Erdtree. And there is a good chance that this is still the case. However, as I've just said, these lands will have become more associated with death after the birth of the Erdtree, and thus is it also not possible that these were created following Marika's ascension. I do now believe this, and my main source for this is the description of the Gravebird armor set. Initially, the use of the word ancient here had thrown me off, because I often associate this word with the eras prior to Marika's rule. But bear in mind, even the Shattering is thought to be thousands of years ago, and the early age of Marika's rule is known as the Ancient Erdtree era. Additionally, this armor set specifically relates their creation to the spirit graves, which they are meant to guard. Before I had over-focused on their relationship to the deathrite birds. However, their role in guarding the spirit graves is an important factor to consider in trying to date the creation of the grave birds. Given all we have discussed, I think it is unlikely that the spirit graves were here before the Erdtree, and thus these grave birds must have been created during Marika's rule. I certainly have been guilty of ignoring the relevance of death to the Golden Order. Just because the rune of death was removed from the Golden Order doesn't mean that accommodations were not made for the dead and spirits. The catacombs were constructed in order to facilitate Erdtree burial, and were important enough to warrant their own golems, the Erdtree burial watchdogs. We learned from their staff item description that these beings oversee the imps, meaning they too were put in place to safeguard these catacombs. What is interesting is that these beings are clearly products of sorcery, given their weapons are embedded with glintstone, and they are able to use magic. My speculation is that these represent a joint collaboration between Liurnia and the Erdtree Order, the former providing the sorceries necessary to animate them. I assume that the grave birds must have been made through similar processes, as they definitely share some aesthetic similarities to the imps and watchdogs. Additionally, if they were built after the arrival of the spirit graves, but were also meant to be companions to the death birds, then the Golden Order were well aware that the death rites would be drawn into this realm, and they actively made accommodations for them, in the form of these bird golems. Additionally, we need to consider the wording of the epitaph found atop the Pillar of Suppression, which tells us that death is drawn here and then suppressed. Given the name of this tower, I presume it has some role in that suppression. Again, it suggests to me that this is a construction of the Golden Order. to ensure that the realms of shadow contain death and suppress it.
No, my nostrils are switching.
The lands
no,
of shadow were a part of the Golden Order's management of death. I think the catacombs and watchdogs alone show how much consideration the Golden Order gave towards death and its management. However, it was the lands of shadow that would contain the majority of death for the Golden Order. Therefore, the early Erdtree Order made sure that the new lands of death were fit to receive all the dead that would be flowing from the lands between.
I guess
However,
like,
this
okay,
system
we'll
was
make
new.
you into
Prior to Marika,
underworld
the
that
lands
nobody
of the
knows
living
about.
and the dead were not separated by
we'll
a
hope
veil
that the dead
or
people just stay in
disconnected
there.
spatially, and thus it makes sense that the dead would need guiding from one land to another. They required guidance, and that is why there are lots of mechanisms in place to help guide the dead along their intended path, as never before did they need to pass via a veil. One great example of this is the lore surrounding the Helfin, which is described to us in the item description of Helfin's Steeple. This item reads the following:
sword.
Great sword patterned after the black steeple of the Helfin, the lampwood which guides the dead of the spirit world.
I think Fia just fell off of something.
The lamplight is similar to Grace in appearance, only it is said that it can only be seen by those who met their death in battle. Spirits in general have been something that have long confused us in Elden Ring. We get inexplicable examples of various spirits wandering the world. Even spirit trees are found in the mountaintops of
Those
the
trees are so damn old.
I think we can now understand these phenomena. Earlier I read the item description of the spirit gravestone, which tells us that the oldest graves would fade and become spirits. Perhaps that is the case with these spirit trees as well. The oldest trees fading from the physical world and remaining as spirits.
I can't breathe.
I therefore believe that spirits would have been guided to the lands of shadow via the Helfin's light, much like the dead can follow Rose's light to the catacombs. But what is the Helfin? It is described as a lampwood in the English, but a Reddit post by user Aki provides an insight into the original Japanese. Aki provides the translation of lampwood as lantern tree, making it clear that it is a tree that is acting as a beacon. I think following the DLC, we have to conclude that the Helfin is another name for the Skadu tree, and that at one point it would help guide the spirits between worlds. A black tree that exists in the spirit realm and draws the dead to it. Additionally, I find the choice of relating its light to Grace very purposeful. Would it not make sense that at one stage the Skadu tree had its own form of the guidance of Grace but for the dead? Perhaps this guidance was lost, or prevented from reaching the lands between, following Marika's decision to seal the lands of shadow, and this is why we can still find spirits stranded in the lands between. This is an oft-repeated idea in Elden Ring, that various guides exist in this world to guide the spirits of the dead, because they need such guidance.
All the themes of death.
The specific term for these types of guides is psychopomps, and they exist in many cultures and religions throughout history. One of the most famous is of course Charon, the boatman of Greek mythology that takes the dead across the river Styx into the underworld. Charon is clearly the inspiration behind the Tibia Mariners, and I will put forth the theory in the next chapter that the Mariners do indeed ride an etheric tide of death between the two realms, in order to guide the dead to the lands of shadow. However, there is another psychopomp who has very little lore about him, and that is Rosus. But I do want to discuss what little we do know about him, as his statues are also found in the lands of shadow. We learn from Rosus's axe that he is the figure depicted on the statues that guide us to the catacombs, and that the blue light that emanates from these statues is meant to guide the dead to their final resting place. Does this mean that the catacombs in the lands of shadow, which have roots in them and Rosus outside, disprove my theory that the lands of shadow were disconnected at the beginning of Marika's rule? If I am right, then how do I explain the presence of roots and Rosus here, signs that point to these catacombs once being used for Erdtree burial? Well, no, because I believe these are the roots of the Skadu tree, not the Erdtree, and my main reason for believing so is the existence of the not resin item. This description states that this is a resin specifically found round the roots of trees in the lands of shadow exclusively. Indeed, we can find some of this resin within the Fog Rift catacombs, the location of one of the cadavers. The knot shape, of course, heavily implies that the roots of the Skadu tree are the main source of this substance, and that they are likely running underneath the ground in the Lands of Shadow. Additionally, it is just a case of Occam's razor. Their Skadu tree dominates this region, so naturally the roots of this massive tree would stretch deep into the earth of this area. Following the death of Godwyn, I then believe that his surrogates would be pulled from the Lands Between and into the Lands of Shadow, where they so happen to break into these pre-existing catacombs. I also don't believe this necessarily suggests there was such a thing as Skadu tree burial, though that is an interesting concept. I think that some of the catacombs were later repurposed for Erdtree burials, and that they were previously used as more traditional burial sites. However, as pointed out by Zafe in his Godwyn lore video, you can indeed see humans being absorbed by the Skadu tree. I do believe that despite being spatially disconnected, that the Skadu tree and the Erdtree are ultimately connected, and thus Skadu tree burial would work just as well as Erdtree burial. To surmise this chapter, I believe that the Lands of Shadow became the Well of Death at the moment Marika created the Golden Order and became a god. I believe that the Golden Order understood and respected the underworld status of the Lands of Shadow, and various tools were created in order to manage death, like the Gravebirds. The Lands Between would become a deathless realm because of Marika's decision to separate the Rune of Death and separate the Lands Between and the Lands of Shadow. With that said, I now want to discuss an element of this dual system that I have been dancing around, and that is how death is pulled from the Lands Between and the Lands of Shadow. One subject I didn't ever really cover in any of my prior videos was the wandering mausoleums and the soulless demigods within. Given their undeniable connection to Godwyn, I do think it is appropriate we deal with it now. A really great video by Ratatosker on this subject really re-energized my interest in this subject recently. So I do just want to credit the squirrel right now, because while I will directly reference him at points, please know that his video has more broadly influenced my opinions on this subject. As Ratatosker points out, some of the most interesting information regarding these mausoleums come from three main sources: the Eclipse Crest Heater Shield, the Eclipse Crest Great Shield, and the ghost found near the Weeping Coast Mausoleum. Let's start with the dialogue from the ghost, who says the following: "The mausoleum prowls, cradling the soulless demigod. O Marika, Queen Eternal, he is your unwanted child." So here we get it confirmed that these mausoleums contain more of Marika's demigod children, who, like Godwyn, are soulless. The main explanation for this is that these gods also had the souls killed during the Night of the Black Knives. Indeed, this does seem to reflect a lore article that was published on the Bandai Namco website back in 2021, alongside the story trailer for the base game. The article says the following of the Night of the Black Knives: "One grim night in the depths of winter, a flock of unknown assassins stole across the Lands Between. In a coetaneous attack, this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of the God Queen's kin throughout the Empire, too numerous and too scattered for her godly protection to save. The assassins' targets were multifold, but none was as devastating a loss to the Eternal Queen as that of Godwyn the Golden. After his death, the Elden Ring was somehow shattered, and the order of the world broke with it. So this tells us that the attack killed many of Marika's kin, specifically that they were numerous and multifold. Our conclusion must be that more than Godwyn died that night, he was the first of the demigods to fall, but not the last. We know that Godwyn was killed in a specific manner, so that the effects of the Rune of Death could be split between himself and Ranni, with Ranni only dying in body in order to advance her designs. Ranni died in body at the exact moment that Godwyn died in soul. They both had half of the wound of the centipede carved into their backs at the same time, thus splitting the rune's effect between them. I have always believed that this was the true aim of the Night of the Black Knives, at least from the perspective of Ranni. If these other demigods are soulless as well, it means that they suffered soul death in the same way that Godwyn did. I have long maintained that Ranni hid her true intentions from her co-conspirators. She marketed it as a lethal blow against the Golden Order, and yet she was mainly doing it to complete her ritual and slay her Empyrean flesh. I speculate that after the Night of the Black Knives, she hung the assassins out to dry, allowing them to be hounded and hunted by the Golden Order without protecting them.
Ranni, why
I
you
even
like
speculate that she imprisoned Alecto, the assassin leader, as she can be found in an Ever jail in Moonlight Altar. I believe this can also explain why the other demigods killed this night were also killed in soul only. Ranni needed Godwyn to die a soul death for her purposes, but she wouldn't want to share the true reason why. She wouldn't want to draw attention to Godwyn's murder by specifying a different way of killing.
So she does
Therefore, I believe she told the assassins to kill them all in the manner Godwyn was killed, in soul only. There is, of course, the possibility that these demigods caught Deathroot after Godwyn began to spread it. However, given these are specifically demigods, I think it is most likely that they too were victims of the Black Knife assassins, those described in the Bandai Namco article.
That makes sense.
The Mausoleum Knights and Soldiers are very interesting to me, as they clearly share the same model as the soldiers and knights of the other demigods.
He doesn't have a head, though.
To me, it suggests that they once did serve a demigod who was once alive and had armies much like Godric, etc. The description of the Mausoleum Knight set supports this theory as it reads the following. The wing-shaped ornaments on its back evoke the Deathbird, a self-inflicted curse that ties the spirits of these loyal knights to the land, having willingly beheaded themselves so that they may serve their masters.
How do you behead yourself?
I believe that each contingent of Mausoleum soldiers
are
specifically aligned with the demigod in their nearby mausoleum, rather than them generally being servants of the mausoleums. They were once soldiers that served in the armies of these soulless demigods, who underwent a beheading ritual that allowed them to serve their lords in death. The headless element is interesting, especially when we consider that the bodies of the soulless demigods
hit 100 or more targets at once. It's spooky to imagine that many Black Knife assassins.
Well, there are actually 2 ritual axes associated with death.
That's actually such a
and
good
while
point.
we don't get any specifics, I assume that the axe associated with the Deathbird was likely used here, given Deathbird iconography that the Mausoleum Knights
It's crazy that Ranni had that much pull.
Additionally, the sacrificial axe alludes to an ancient rite being tied to this axe. Putting 2 and 2 together,
it looks like the Mausoleum
it is likely this rite
really
is the same one used
balls.
by the Mausoleum Knights. Both the description of the sacrificial axe and the Mausoleum Knight armor speak of some ancient ritual. Both also mention the Deathbirds. And of course, what tool would you use for a rite that involves beheading? An axe. As I have pointed out in numerous videos, the death rites of these birds are ancient, predating the very existence of the Erdtree. As such, it is likely a very old rite here that is being employed to allow these soldiers to persist as spirit
other birds confused.
It was only under Marika's rule that the Rune of Death was removed from the Elden Ring and confined to the Erdtree. In the times before the Erdtree, we can imagine that the Rune of Death would have been utilized more freely and in more unique ways. I would therefore suggest that this beheading ritual utilizes half of the Rune of Death in order to kill these warriors in body only, much like Ranni was, and as a result they are able to persist in soul after death. This is of course speculation, and I would love to hear your thoughts on this beheading ritual in the comments below. What about the soulless demigod? Why are they beheaded? Why are they in this mausoleum to begin with? Why does it need to walk? Well, the reason for the mausoleums are seemingly revealed in the description of the Eclipse Crest's great shield, which reads the following. The eclipsed sun, drained of colour, is the protective star of soulless demigods. It aids the Mausoleum Knights by keeping destined death at bay. So the purpose of these mausoleums seems to be to keep destined death at bay. And we have another location related to the eclipse, Castle Sol. This location is about returning the soul to Godwyn who presume to be Mikla's
Stops
comrade,
death root from
that is
springing up.
mentioned
That
in the
makes
dialogue
sense.
of a ghost found here,
avoiding the death
who
root.
says the following: Lord Mikla, forgive me.
I think that's because it's how FromSoft made it.
Our prayers
Wow,
were lacking.
riveting.
Your comrade remains soulless. So we have two locations connected to the eclipse and the soulless demigods, and we know their aims are twofold: to keep destined death at bay, and to return their souls. I would therefore suggest that decapitation must also play a role in this. Perhaps the removal of their head delays the approach of destined death. Beheading is often ritualistic, and so it was in the case of their soldiers who were beheaded prior to death.
I think they like rip their hearts
and in some way this preserves them from full death. To me, these mausoleums are meant to protect the soulless demigods, to prevent destined death from fully claiming them, to give them time to return their soul to them. They are meant to preserve them from full death. Why are they on legs?
I like your theory more.
Well, this is where we get into speculation, but having looked more closely at the visual details of the mausoleum, I do have some ideas. You will of course know that at the base of these golems are legs that seem to be covered in skulls, and it took me a long time to realise what these are supposed to be. They are meant to be barnacles.
Wow,
barnacles of death. Now I find this
I
to be
always
very
thought they looked
interesting
like barnacles.
because
How did it
there's a
take
lot
them
of
so
water
long? They
imagery
clearly look like
associated
barnacles.
with death in Elden Ring's lore.
They always are
And this
standing
is
in
something
water
I discussed extensively in my prior Godwyn video, and I would direct you there for a more in-depth explanation. But in short, I believe the reason water is so commonly associated with death in Elden Ring is due to a symbolic combination of the Greek myth of the river Styx and the Japanese ideas of stagnation and corruption, or kagari, the latter of which is often represented by stagnant water, like that we see pooling around Godwyn in deep root depths. It has always fascinated me that the Tibia mariners seem to be floating on an unseen river, and I believe that death is somehow connected to some etheric river, a swirling channel of death that is unseen by the naked eye, and I believe this force sweeps death to the lands of shadow. We now know that all things death eventually end up in the lands of shadow. For example, the Gravebird helm reads the following: Gravebirds are ancient golems, created to guard the spirit graves built where all manners of death ultimately drift. So dead things drift here, be that spirits or undead dragons. Some metaphysical force pulls death from the lands between to the lands of shadow. In the prior chapter we explained the relation the lands of shadow have to death, that it is a land completely separated from the lands between, and it sucks all death from the former. I believe that it is a metaphysical river-like force that pulls death through the veil into the lands of shadow. So returning to the mausoleums and how they help illustrate this theory, I believe that these are designed to keep the demigods out of death's reach, in order to prevent them from being swept from the lands between to the lands of shadow. This is why the mausoleums are kept high up on walking legs. This hypothetical etheric river is constantly running beneath the mausoleums,
and then if it stood still, then they'd just be stagnant, so they have them
whilst
walking
keeping the demigod out
constantly.
of reach. In the DLC we do have 3 more soulless demigods, which function the exact same way, except they are on the ground and without a mausoleum. I believe divesting these 3 of mausoleums was a purposeful lore choice, as these are demigods who have been pulled into the realm of the Erdtree. A walking mausoleum would have no role here in the lands of shadow.
What's the point?
I want to go back to the description of the Gravebird helm, which tells us that all death drifts to the lands of shadow. Drift is a word that we could associate with tidal movements, considering driftwood is a term given to wood that is washed up on shores. However, there is a more direct allusion to death and water in relation to the lands of shadow, and we find this in the epitaph found atop the Pillar of Suppression. It reads the following: the very centre of the lands between. All manners of death wash up here,
because
only
they
to be
weren't always
suppressed.
separate. I don't know if that would
Death
apply.
washes up here.
Only
the relation to
recently,
water
could
not be more
like
direct, and I therefore think it is very fair to conclude that an etheric stream of some kind, understood only by the Tibia mariner, drags death from the
rune was
lands between to the
broken.
lands of shadow. I would suggest that the Tibia
No,
Mariners
'cause
do
then
indeed take on a similar
it's
role to
insinuated that
Charon,
America
guiding the
became
dead along
God.
this stream, making sure it arrives correctly on the shores of the lands of shadow.
In the realm of shadow
Indeed, it is hard to ignore the fact we have a location in the lands of shadow called Ker-O's Hidden Grave, which is an obvious reference to Ker-On, and is an area very heavily associated with death, given it hosts a death-right bird, grave birds, and a Tibia
Thanks
Mariner.
for hanging out for a
the
little
lands
bit.
of shadow have other forms of death arriving on its shores, including the stone coffins, which are also described as having drifted here. The map of the southern shore reads the following: a captivating vista of brilliant blue flowers, intermingled with colossal stone coffins of unknown origin that seemingly drifted to this place. So the coffins are not native to this place, they have drifted here. They contain death in the form of the putrescence, and so it isn't surprising that they too have been pulled here via the etheric tide we have been discussing. All of this is to explain how Godwyn's copies can be found here. As I mentioned earlier, there is some debate on when the lands of shadow were separated from the lands between, either at the moment of Marika's ascension when she created the system of gold and shadow, or when she sealed Mesmer and his crusade here. I myself have argued the latter in prior videos, citing the presence of Devonia and Godwyn as proof that the lands of shadow must have still been attached to the lands between.
They do
how
look
else
like
would they both have been
Babylonian or
able to
Syrian,
travel
you're
here?
right.
Well,
like
having discussed what I have regarding this theoretical
Norse
etheric tide, I now don't think we can use Godwyn as an argument, as clearly his copy bodies could have been drawn here, given how suffused in death he is. Likewise, his Death Knights are indeed dead. They are wearing their own funerary masks as helms after all, so they too would be able to travel here in the same manner. That is to say, I believe that all things death would be able to metaphysically travel to these lands, despite the physical displacement of the lands of shadow. With that all said, let us now move on to the discussion of Godwyn's copy bodies, and what role they play in the greater story. Again, I have discussed the phenomenon of the Godwyn's copies in my prior video, and to surmise I largely agree with Zuli's analysis of these unusual artifacts. In a video called The Terrible Truth about Godwyn, Zuli argues that the additional faces of Godwyn are likely just growths, or extensions. Zuli points out that we can even see Godwyn's eyes through the spread of Deathroot, as if he himself is part of this growth. Additionally, Zaif the Scholar, in his video about Godwyn's corruption, points out that some of the roots actually have fish-like appendages, much like we find on Godwyn himself, and my conclusion is that Godwyn is infused through Deathroot itself, and so when it spreads, not only does it spread undeath, but it also spreads Godwyn himself. Hence why we can see his eyes on roots, and infected animals like the giant crabs of Liurnia. Godwyn is now an infectious growth that is spreading through the lands between. Thus the Godwyn below Stormveil is just a more advanced form of Deathroot growth, in my opinion. The armor set of the Death Knights gives the growths found in the lands of shadow a specific title, a surrogate cadaver. Additionally, we learn from the Death Knight twin axes that these loyal followers sought these out and now guard them. I think it is clear that these catacombs were not built around Godwyn's cadaver, due to the broken Rosa statues found outside. These were regular catacombs like any other, but they have been taken over by the Death Prince's followers, as it contains Death Knights and these Death Sorcerers.
Something about death, we're gonna be there with the Death Knights.
Additionally, we have to consider the new basilisk statues found in these catacombs, deadly Godwyn-themed traps that are clearly intended to protect these surrogate cadavers. But what is so important about these surrogates? Why has so much effort been expended by the followers of Godwyn to protect these additional growths?
Extensions of him.
Well, I do think there is a slight difference in these surrogates and the copy found at Stormveil Castle, and I believe that difference is they are physically disconnected from the original Godwyn. These cadavers have made their way to the lands of shadow, and thus are spatially displaced. Unlike the one at Stormveil, that is likely still connected to the original Godwyn. Thus, these cadavers in the Lands of Shadow are a completely untouched vessel that could be used for Godwyn's resurrection. Zafe does raise an interesting question about these Godwyn surrogates in his video that can play into everything I have been saying. In his video, he questions how these Godwyn surrogates could be growths, if there is no deathroot growth surrounding them. He is correct, as in most places associated with Godwyn we see the undeniable corruption of deathroot, yet in these DLC catacombs there is nothing, no sign of deathroot corruption. My answer to this question is the main thesis of this video. These Godwyn surrogates did not grow here, they were pulled here, and through this process, they became separated from the original Godwyn. This is why these cadaver surrogates are special and valued by the Death Knights. They are distinct separate vessels that could be used as a replacement body for Godwyn. I think it is almost undeniable that the intent behind these additional surrogates is meant to tie to the Gate of Divinity and the resurrection of a lord. The language used regarding a surrogate cadaver, to me, is very similar to Mohg's body being used as a vessel for Radahn's return. Mohg's body is a cadaver surrogate for Radahn's soul. We also cannot ignore the reference to the age of the Duskborn. The ending we get if we incorporate the rune of the Death Prince into the Elden Ring. Make no mistake, this ending is Godwyn's ending, with those who live in death given a place in the New Order. In this ending, Godwyn would become the most important demigod in the Lands Between, and this has always been my favourite ending, and the one that I chose in my first playthrough. However, while the Prince of Death will be elevated to a position of prominence in the Age of the Duskborn, he will be a passive figure, a powerful totem, but not a god that will take direct actions. Perhaps Godwyn's followers envisage the Prince of Death taking a more active role in this new age by restoring his soul and mind.
He's not doing nothing.
It does make me wonder if there was going to be more here at some point in development. A lot of groundwork seems to have been laid with his surrounding lore, as if Godwyn was going to have a chance of restoration via the Gate of Divinity. Maybe Miquella was going to take Godwyn as his consort, and his Death Knights here were part of that story. Or perhaps they were here separate from Miquella, but there would have been more in regards to them restoring their lord. One final thought I want to end this video on is the presence of the vulgar militia in the Lands of Shadow. As I have noted in prior videos, these beings are very useful from a lore perspective, as their presence usually marks a location that is forbidden by the Golden Order. We know this because of the tools that they use, the red flames of destined death, and the bestial claw incantation. This shows that they are the underlings of Malekith. This is also why they guard the bestial sanctum. They are his tools, and he wields them to preserve Marika's rule. This is why they guard the forbidden path between Leyndell and the mountaintops of the giants, as well as the hidden path to the Erdtree. These locations both are associated with organizations or forces that have caused problems for Leyndell, so it isn't a huge shock to see a battalion of them in the Lands of Shadow, as there are plenty of things in these lands that the Golden Order would want to remain contained. Additionally, their armor sets very much imply they are themselves hated, so why not use the sealing of the Lands of Shadow to get rid of them as well? I find it to be of huge interest that we find the Shadow Militia guarding the catacombs that contain Godwyn's cadavers. I did earlier point out that the Shadow Militia do not have the Malekith-related abilities, and thus suggest that they were sealed at a time before the Night of the Black Knives. But that does not mean that they still were not employed by Marika's kin at this time. Given they guard the horn-sent remains of the Shadow Keep, I believe they are in these lands doing the bidding of Messmer. Godwyn's resurrection would spell doom for the current order, and so these shadowy minions slink in the bushes around the entrances to the catacombs. They are right to fear him. Aside from Miquella, there are few demigods who inspire as much loyalty as the Golden. As the Prince of Death, he has coiled himself around the Lands Between, and elements of him have even breached the Lands of Shadow. Even in his coma-like state, Godwyn still casts a long shadow, and his growth is
Coma
not
like
stopping
steak.
anytime soon. It would have been interesting to get more of Godwyn.
Sense.
He is like the Artorias
He's
of
like
Elden Ring, a character we have heard so much
he's a
about,
coma.
but one we do not get to meet in their prime. However, I am pleased that we at least got to meet some of his followers, and some more details regarding his earlier history as Godwyn the Golden. So thank you everyone, that is my take on the new lore surrounding Godwyn and the Lands of Shadow.
Like Mikola.
I do feel that one of the best
yeah,
elements of the DLC
I feel like he
was
wanted someone he
presenting
could
us with the
manipulate.
idea of gold and shadow, and how death fits into this system of duality. The lore of death in Elden Ring did seem as though it was missing something, and I do think the Lands of Shadow fills that role as an underworld. If you want more Godwyn, then I would still recommend watching my prior video, as we really get into the meat of Godwyn's base game lore and what it actually means to live in death. But let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Did you also like the way death was presented in the DLC? Do you agree with my take on the Lands of Shadow and how death is drawn here? As always, I also welcome your thoughts on what you'd like me to cover next, but until next time, I will see you in the Lands of Shadow.
Bye.
Take care and have a wonderful evening.
And stay tarnished. Good video, kind of more spectacular. Here, a whole bit. Mikola's curse is more insidious than him being cursed a childhood of anything, including his plans. I always see, like, Mikola being, like, having this twisted idea of love. And it's like a kid who insists on things to go their way. I don't know, it's like really on like a corrupt innocence. Mikola is honestly one of my favorite antagonists, because he's literally has people fall in love with them and manipulate, and not like that, but just like he believes he's good, like he believes what he's doing is good. That's what makes him a good antagonist, is like when a villain believes, like most villains like know that they're doing something bad, and they're like, this is a bad thing to do. But I always enjoy the villains that think that they're doing something right, like for the good of mankind, and they're so like wrapped up and twisted in it as they can't see that they're actually everything. They turned into something that they hated in the first place, you know? Yeah, the lack of free will. Yeah. Hopefully you get to meet him. Shut up. Yeah. Shadow. So what we got? I wonder how we should have counted for the last video how many times he did the eye. But that'll do it for me. But I kind of just wanted to watch, because like Godwyn is one of the most interesting characters to me, because you never meet him in his prime. He's just there as a fish guy, but he has this much influence, this much devotion, and the echoes of his past are still there, that even thousands of years in the future. And I really hope that they allude to him maybe in Night Rain. Or like, cause it'd be cool if there was like a version of him in Night Rain that you felt like an alternate reality where his soul is restored, but he's just like this horrible, corrupted monstrosity that, because he has no soul, like his soul has been gone from his body, and even though it's like restored, it's not really him, because his soul was killed. It would be really interesting if they did that, and like the Lord of Night pulls him. He's like, here, have a soul, and he just gives him. That'd be cool. That'd be really neat. But I don't think they'd do that, because I think they would save Godwyn for an actual second game, or prequel game, to be honest with you. I do definitely see them making a prequel game more than I could see them making a future game. I feel like there's a lot of like the history and the past of like what's happened in Elden Ring is a lot more like there's a lot more material to go off of rather than writing a bunch of new stuff for like with another thousands and thousands of years in the future when you become Elden Lord, you know. But thank you, Miyazaki. You're really neat. And you do a good job. And you too, George R. R. Martin, although I know a lot of people want to beat you up because you haven't finished the last book yet. I am Immy. Let me snag smoughtown channel. I'm not logged in. I don't have Billie Eilish stuck in my head. I had a dream.
I want to start this preview video.
I got everything you wanted. Oh, I don't want to. Is he gonna see when I tag him in? That's terrifying. Yeah. We'll do another one sometime in April. Do you see when Clippers tag you in clips? I do get a bunch of notifications, but I don't think so. I think I'm good. But I bet that's a setting though. Damn, I have a lot of notifications. Jesus. I like a lot of people came in, but like, because they're like Elden Ring, it's mostly just sitting here. It's just me sitting here eating fish and chips, going, wow, that's neat. And just hanging out with a 3D. I wanted to stream longer, but I didn't realize I'm gotten really sleepy all of a sudden. Cinema, what? That's not cinema. That's not cinema. Yeah, it's just like a nice little background, and then, you know, you can fall asleep and pretend that I'm like yapping to you, and then I'm just like, hey, you should watch this video with me. I know, I'm doing ASMR. Oh, let's fall asleep. Sleep stream. Yes. Get cozy, everybody. Yes. I totally didn't open my eyes to look at chat. I'm totally not peeking with one eye open to read the chat. But thanks for being cozy with me today. That was fun. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. I've already forgotten. Yeah. Had a day off. No, I'll probably stream. I don't really. I do have stuff to do. I really want to stream.
I have to record, so I have to record voice pack, and I have to write, although I might ask for help for writing the voice pack. Maybe if Stronny isn't busy. Or maybe we can have a work with me stream, because the voice packs are free. We'll see. Yeah, and then a repo or Mean Girls. Don't worry, VAllure repo will happen. It's coming up. I'm coming up. I want the world to know. But thank you guys for hanging out with me and watching some Elden Ring lore videos. We'll do this another time next month, and I don't know what we'll talk about or watch. But yeah. Oh yeah, go see Chai. Thank you for the reminder. I don't think Chai is dual streaming. But go follow her on Twitch. My daughter. I'm putting you down. She was scared to stream this on YouTube. Okay, yeah, I think she is just on Twitch. Let me pull up her. Let's watch her right now, actually. What is she?
Maybe.
Oh.
Is it cursed? Not really.
Illegal? Does she not?
It's not illegal. I just. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think it's like.
You guys can't see.
I don't know. I think it's cringe.
She thinks Ahigao is cringe, guys.
But. Now you guys like it. You guys like it, don't you? You guys like it. I think it's like whatever. Like I think it's like it fits. Like
it is a little bit of cringe.
Natural. Okay, in a hentai sense, like I think if a girl does it, it's like good. But I also think that like e-girls ruined it for me. E-girls are ruining my life. I think e-girls ruined it for me. You know what I mean? Like they made it like a thing that they do, and I'm like, it's not when it's not natural. Yeah, it's like fake. It's like fake. You don't need anything fake. Try hard.
Wait, no, I'm not logged in.
Don't be a try hard. What?
Why aren't you
if it's natural
wearing a bra? Why red? I have caps lock. I can't type with these nails.
Shibi! Hi, Shibi! Welcome in!
My chat to yours.
I'm just letting loose.
Letting loose?
I'm just letting loose. The Shibi effect! The Shibi effect! Oh, thank you, Shibi. I appreciate it. Thank you for sending me. Thank you so much.
You're watching on Shibi's channel.
Your chat, thank you. Hello, HareM. Hi.
Everybody say hi to Chai.
Hi.
In her chat.
We're just having a pretty like laid back stream today. It's just like a chill night tonight.
But anyways, I love Chai. Please check out my dog.
Shibi, do you like Ohagio? Ohagio? Yo.
Ahigao?
Shibi, did you know I can eat chocolate with my feet?
What did she say?
It's alright. Alright. Hi, Bar Night. Welcome. I'm not wearing a bra. It's most comfortable this way. I'm letting loose.
She called me Shibi. Okay, I'm gonna end my stream.
Shibi, you're the one friend.
What?
That I'm okay with joining the
You want me to join? Oh, well, I don't.
I just said hi Shibi and my phone thought I said hi Siri.
I would.
I just talked to Siri. I just told Siri, I said, "You're my only friend." That's what it picked up. And then Siri was like, "Oh, that's okay." Shibi's the one friend that came into his chat that I'd be okay with. Anyone else, I'd be like, okay, I have to stream now. Oh yeah, Shibi can teach me.
What? Does she think I know everything?
Alright.
Anyways.
What is this? Tribadism.
Is that scissoring? Is that scissor?
Why did you answer so fast? You guys went too fast! You guys went way too fast answering that! You did not Google that, did you? You did not Google that! How did you say it so fast? You were weird! Oh, you're banned! You're banned!
Anyways, let me just end my stream. I need to stop. I'm dead. Anyways, thanks for spending time with me. Please go watch Chai's channel and go educate her on what some stuff is. Why does Shibi know what that is? Because... Anyways, bye! I love you! Stay stinky. Yep, it's still stinky. Anyways, bye!